So we're gonna pick up where we left off in the colony. Picking up some more RimWorld and all that good stuff, where we got not a cult. We did take another loss on the last stream. One of our melee pawns did ultimately. We had a really weird encounter with the pirates that they had some weird pathing kind of things. And it's just one of those things that got us in trouble. But we have had one major movement forward in that we finally got archaeogenetics, so we are going through pawn by pawn, making all of our people deathless. That's fine. Zintoys and Toy Story 1 made you chuck after rewatching it as adults, specifically the Barbie doll combined with a fishing pole called Hooker. Yep. There's a lot of that stuff if you watch for it. And you'll have people like, "Oh my pearls, how could they put that joke in there? How could they put that joke in there? This is a children's movie." Here's a hint. The children understand that joke. That's not the movie's fault. That's not the movie's fault at all. They learned that someplace else. Your wife would not feed me if you simp at all. And why you never have? Well, it's one of those things, like, you look at The Incredibles and the way they present Miss Incredible. They don't do anything with that character that's, like, wildly inappropriate or anything to, like, go above and beyond or whatever. They just present her as, like, a mother or whatever who can happen to stretch or whatever. And, of course, a whole lot of people get creepy about it. That's not something that was done wrong by the character design or the movie or whatever. It's people being weird and creepy about it. That's the actual problem. So I wouldn't look at the people who made the movie and the design of characters about that. Like, that's just like, hey man, there's no winning. Creeper's gonna creep. Anyways, to get back on to the RimWorld side of thing. So yeah, so we've got ourselves, so we finally got archaeogenetics unlocked. And, you know, we've got the Deathless thing going on. We're still backfilling our research, which is totally fine. But for those who missed what this run is, we did start as a tribal start, which means 50% research speed. And then on top of that, we also are an ideology that is a ritualist ideology with extremely slow research, so that's 25% research speed. Those do stack to give you about 12.5% research. We also have the no starting research, so we didn't start with any research mod, as well as the semi-random research mod is the name of the mod. So I don't control my research, so I've just been kind of at the mercy as I chose everything I didn't really need. And we're just kind of backfilling it. We're going to genuinely probably finish all of the research. So what I would like to do, I think, right now, is we're going to work on getting everyone deathless. And once we do that, I do feel like you need a few extra hands on deck before we take on the hive mind, because we are low on people. But I think we're going to start moving towards knocking out... Oh, I totally forgot that was sitting over there. I mean, that'd be nice, but I actually don't care. But, you know, we're going to start moving towards trying to knock out some endings. The hive mind is going to be the first way to do. And like I said, I think for the immediate situation, the problem is I've got 6 adults and a kid. Now, granted, the kid is right about to be an adult, like any time now, which is good. But I could certainly use a couple more people on the roster. It was a little bit of a bummer that we did get a unnatural healing person yesterday, and they betrayed us and died. Like, we tried to subdue them without killing them, but they ultimately betrayed us and died. Which is fine. Especially with what we've got going on, will be good. We keep losing crafters and melee. The swing and things have run has been crazy. It has been a roller coaster run, that is for sure. I'm just gonna let them work their way down through the entire list of organs, and we're just gonna start shoving stuff into people. Because we are making the genetics, but with how complex of genetics we're making, they do take about 2 days. for me to get that made, and then once you put it in a person, it takes about 2 days for it to all take effect. Yeah, so we got you converted. Then I believe the next one we were going to be doing was the Yetkin. The real challenge here is when it comes to doing the implants on Earthrush. My intention with that is to have Earthrush get the Deathless. That way when we start trying to do the surgeries and all that, if we botch one, it'll be okay. And we saw what might be an ancient danger up there. That's the reason we got this ridiculous tunnel going through the mountains. Check our schedule. Yeah, but for the moment, we're just going to work at getting everyone genetically switched over to being Deathless, because the faster we do that, the faster when things go wrong, the chances that someone stays dead goes down. That is a whole lot of garbage you are wanting to throw at me for stuff I don't care about. Alright, so we might be able to score an easy recruit with this. No, they would come through as slave, and we don't want that. Pretty soon I need to get more penioxylin. Gene Red Eye, we're not going to worry about that. We've got some knee spikes and all that sort of stuff. Okay, so we got a bunch of normal quality weapons we don't care about. And we got one flak vest that's getting pretty worn out. And then one shield belt that's pretty worn out. I'll actually go ahead and consider it too. Alright. And we got Cuz Jackie on their 60... Wait. Oh, sorry. Cuz Jackie on their 10 stream streak, and Doppelganger on their 60 stream streak. So thank you so much for that. Is everyone converted? Yeah, everyone's converted. Alright, so you're getting close to getting the one, I believe that's the one for Randall Thor. We did add a mod, I forgot to add its name to the mods list. We did add a mod the other day that it adds a UI element to the Recombinator, so it doesn't change mechanically how any of it works. But it does let me be like, this is who I'm targeting, and then change everything. Alright, so there's Mohan Rai hitting adulthood. So out of all of this crap, Body Modder could be good, and Super Immune could be good. So Body Modder is going to be a mood bonus versus this would mean our chances of dying to disease is way less of a thing. We are on penioxylin though. Finally we were kidless? Yeah. I think I'm going to go with the Body Modder because we're about to shove a whole bunch of stuff into them. So, Mohan Rai is getting them ready to be able to be our melee pawn. I am going to add shooting onto their list. The big thing I don't remember is what I still needed for these other three. Honestly, we could grab all three. Oh, select 3 passions. Take off mining. Ultimax can do that. Okay. So basically, I've got them set up where we can have them do melee and we can have them do... They can be melee or they can be range. We'll obviously need to take the time to train them in one or the other. I'm going to go ahead and have you grab the Thunderous Killer for right now. And we'll need to go to your schedule, because now we go open that up. Alright, so let's consider here. So right now, I basically got you set up to haul and to clean. And I think it's worth keeping that, and then having those as low priorities there. Because having someone who's a dedicated hauling cleaning pawn is always really good for a colony. If you can spare the person, it just makes stuff run smoother. Yeah, so my thought is to like literally let them work their way down the entire list, and then choose someone and just slam in all of the upgrades we can. Flash Storm, don't care. I'm already reconsidering that logic. Because... Yeah, it's fine. We'll wait. Yeah, because we got a nuclear stomach, a bionic leg. The nuclear stomach is certainly something to consider in everyone. Okay, nuclear stomach and bionic leg. We will add to... Oh, wait. That's right, you're the body purist in the group. Alright, well, you want to be a body modder? Left leg, install bionic leg. Add the nuclear stomach. We can add a detoxifier lung onto you. We need to do the xenogerm here. Cool. For right now, let's bump all that medicine up to better stuff. Ancient Danger? Sweet, it actually is an Ancient Danger. Rare catch. A skull. Cool, man. Anyways, what I was trying to check is for someone who's got bionic arms. Let's see, Infinity Simplex. Elbow blade right. Was there anything else we needed to do here? Alright. So that brings up the next person. So we can go to... So this is what I was talking about, the mod. So I can go here and be like, alright, let's go ahead and get... Mohan Ryan here. Actually, who's the next one on the list to be taken care of? Are you already done? No, you're still baseliner. Okay. So when we look at Infinity Simplex, as far as what they do here, is their primary responsibility is growing stuff and research. So anything that is not growing stuff and research is on the table. So we grab Infinity Simplex, we go in here and say, I would like you to be Deathless, super fast wound healing, super clotting, very fast runner, very happy. And we will give you Awful Social, Awful Melee, Awful Mining, Awful Animals. We are still reaching our complexity. Where can I spare some? It surprises me that the very happy is 3 complexity. So we can add robust, UV sensitivity, and poor artistic. Okay, so we get Deathless, super wound, super clotting, very fast runner. They're bad at social, they're bad at melee, they're bad at mining, they're bad at animals, they're robust. They will be a little upsetty spaghetti about the UV. It's hard to be happy, I guess. It's weird to me that that has a very, very high complexity, because usually it's the metabolic efficiency that is the negative. But like, you look at almost all of these, and they're all like almost all 1 complexity, with the exception of Deathless, which makes sense. It's Deathless, which is ridiculously strong. But that's fine. So we're gonna go ahead and make that. You'll have an even metabolic efficiency, so you'll eat the normal amount of food. Oh, we also got a Thrumbo last time. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. I'm probably just gonna use it as cannon fodder. Just, you know, we go to the kill box and Thrumbo holds the door kind of thing. If Thrumbo makes it, great. if Thrumbo doesn't make it, hey, it is what it is. Because I'm at a stage where there's going to be a lot of things that are going to be able to just blast the Thrumbo. In hindsight, I should not have this many people down for surgery at the same time. And we do have a knee spike. Because the question is, with what are people with bionic legs, can I do a knee spike on you? Because I don't think we can. No. So in that case, we're going to go here and tell them, do not make any more knee spikes. I also just realized I've been utterly ignoring this fire outside. Which is fine. I'm not too worried even about these potatoes. I hadn't planned to even put any effort into them. It was just that way they were queued up, so at least people were working on their skills for when I do need them. Alright. Yeah, because then they'll work on the next Xenogerm to get people all boosted. Yeah, so it's the high psychic drone is just going to kick our butt for a minute. We'll have a party in the meantime, see if we can't mitigate the mood breaks in the handful of people who aren't already in bad shape. Okay, we had a fun one. We'll let them build a campfire and do another thing, because basically we got a high psychic drone going on, so everyone's going to be really pissed off about it. Yeah, Kayla can be de-aged a little bit more. Otherwise, everyone else, even Randall Thor could use a round of de-aging. Bulk Goods Trader showing up. So let's have a lantern party. We're just trying to get some mood bonuses from celebrations. Because that high psychic drone, I believe, is like a minus 30. Yeah, minus 30. Body Purist insulted. Or disgusted, yeah. So we've overridden the negative from Body Purist. Oh, Reform Ideology. Man, would you quit setting my crap on fire? Reform or Ideology. What do I want to do for our reform? So there's not really an additional one I kind of want to do on this list. Because, like, Transhumanist, we're at a stage where that could be really good for us. But then they need the Super Neural Charger, the Sleep Accelerate. Well, the Super Neural Charger will be the big thing they want. And I'm not willing to accommodate that. The Spaceborne is fine for the tuple. We'll get a penalty for every time we're on the ground, which will just be obnoxious. So I think we leave those alone. We can pop over here. And let's see if there's anything here that we want to add on to here. And I'm pretty sure we don't have any roles available. I could add another party as the thing we got going on. Sure, we will add a second drum party. Did that switch our parties to... It switched both of our parties to no longer being any day. That's annoying. Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to use it for an extra moral bonus. There we go. Alright. We'll let that continue to run. Okay, and what do we got here? I have tons of random bits of leather, because we've had our people hunting constantly. What did I give you? What? Oh, I see. I went too far. Okay. I was about to be like, what did I give you that was worth a fortune? One of these leathers has got some pretty high value. I'll go ahead and take all your components. Because we're at the stage that that's the whole thing. Like, we get components, like, no shortage of them. But we're using them very aggressively. Let's see here. Got the Archaeogenetics book you can have. Both of those will give me the waste... Oh, never mind. We have one of those, and the other one I don't own yet. Bioregeneration we're working on. You got that map. I have a regular lung? So we can put the regular lung to replace the toxifier lung in the one person who's upset about it. Right, because we put a lung in the other person. We'll get rid of the knee spike. It doesn't work with bionic legs, so we're not going to deal with that. Get rid of those pants. Okay, so with that in mind, add lung, install regular left lung, because that person is a body purist. So they're just going to be upset about it. Just operate on them. I know the whole field's burning, but I'm not too worried about that. And they're on the edge of having a mood break. That the only way we're going to manage that is to get that lung out of them. Okay. So catching up on all the fire. Major break risk on you. Because sun sensitivity. Alright. I'm trying to remember is with sun sensitivity. Is if that takes away the darkness penalty. No, it doesn't. It's fine. Did the kid age up? Yes. You gave me 2 advanced components. You know what? I appreciate that. We are genuinely going through those pretty aggressively these days. Okay. You're honestly doing good enough. Let's go hit the Ancient Danger. All right. Okay, so it's mostly just the Cyclops as a threat. Okay, so we got that sorted. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't going to be nothing but hostile before we ran in there. Okay. So let's check, because you tagged... Yeah, you got a couple hits from the beam repeater. But all in all, not that bad. Who would you got in here? We have someone who is beautiful and capable of caring or social. They can do plants and animals. We have a staggeringly ugly pawn who's capable of almost everything. I don't really need them. That's a huge thrombo? That's the only size that thrombo's coming. And an Archotech arm. Okay. Well, what we can go ahead and do is... You are in need of an arm. Have an arm. Okay, do I want to take... So beautiful doesn't do me any good. There a plants person who is shooting? I did say I just kind of needed more bodies. Rescue that one. If they make it, great. If not, whatever. I'm not super motivated to go out of my way to make sure they make it. But at the same time, if they make it, it would benefit. How good your doctoring? 7? I'm going to let you start taking chances. Okay. Oh, the assault rifle shot to the torso? That may have been my fault. That one might have been me. Now, we'll see if this person joins or not. Cool. Yeah, but thrombos, they're not super rare. The alpha thrombo's pretty rare. They're not super rare. They're a little hard to train. The good thing is they don't attack you if you fail, so you can just keep trying. You're still learning. You only got the game 2 weeks ago, but been obsessed. You haven't even touched other games in a while. Yeah, no, it's definitely a good game. But yeah, no, thrombos aren't super rare. They will eat you out of house and home. They do eat a lot. And I mean a lot. But they also can shrug off a lot of bullets and stuff like that. That makes them pretty solid. So they are very usable animals. Where did I put the stockpiles? I probably just didn't, is what's going on here. Oh no, they're over there. I see them. They're over here. So you're shredding a mech. Please don't botch that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Psychic Soothe. Cool. Architect arms. And the thing I want to check is for the elbow blade. Right. Okay, so elbow blades cannot be put on bionic arms and all that, so we'll tell them to stop bothering with those as well. Because then what it looks like is for our person with the field hands, we can give them elbow blades. Because these are just hands, not arms. Alright, the pawn joined, so we will actually bring this person into the fold. So we'll go ahead and draw that name, and that's going to be Kraisk. Cool. And we're going to go to your schedule, get you all sorted out. So you can hunt. We can have you help with growing, and you can back up Hall. Hey, you get to risk death in the regular now. Yep. And there, another person who's going to be a person who's going to do shooty things. Hey, Rachel Sweeney, how's it going? Alright, do we have... There we go. It's weirdly not letting me type in there. Alright, Chris, you get to have yourself a minigun because we're running out of unique weapons. So your team minigun. I've got a lot of guns that have a high wind-up time. So I got 2 chain shotguns, an assault rifle, and machine gun. All of these unique. I've got a beam repeater that's unique, and I got 2 miniguns that are unique. Is there any other unique? I know we have the sniper rifle. Yeah, so the only remaining unique weapon that's not equipped is a sniper rifle. It's a good sniper rifle, but generally speaking, I don't really want to be running around with a sniper rifle for normal fights. That's, to me, the sniper rifle's always been a very strategic weapon of, oh, there's a siege launch over there. Let me pick at the target that's the target of priority. Like, you know, there's the one back there with the triple rocket. Let me just put a couple of sniper rounds in them and deal with them. Or just, I need to harass them to soften them up before the raid starts or to cancel the siege part. Alright, Kraysk is missing a left lung. Did you get your lung replaced? No. What are you doing? Oh, it's because you're basically switching schedules back and forth. It's fine. Alright, so we're getting that all sorted. That's good news. So you got to beat plants. Infinity Simplex is doing plants. They could do research. I already got dedicated researchers. So we're gonna go ahead and like leave them freed up for that. We don't actually have an artist in this place. Oh wait, didn't I penalize your art? Isn't that why we did that? Or have you already had your stuff done? Yeah, we penalized your art, so I took you off of it. Okay, so now, instead of minus 15, it's minus 10. And then that also has the added benefit of once you're not partially dead, we can go ahead and replace that missing lung you've got there with the detoxifier that we just freed up. Man, that depressive is awful. That's a pawn I'd potentially joy wire. Which would make them pretty useless, because joy wire, the penalties are just so significant. Alright, so we're doing pretty good. We've got negatives on them, but it's just kind of the 2 big ones. Which is pretty bad, but still. You get Supreme Expectations. You've already been converted. How much longer do we have to the next person becomes Deathless? Okay. Let's also move the detoxifier lung way lower on priority. Okay. And these two don't work together, people mentioned. So we'll just do... Alright, so there's the carcinoma caused by the nuclear stomach. No problem. Add bills. Excise carcinoma. And we were making a xenogerm for who? Infinity Simplex, so order. Put that into Infinity Simplex. Yep. And that'll be another pawn who is now deathless. Okay. And they're all sorted. Alright, so let's go ahead and go to the Recombinator. So, next contestant, it's probably going to be Mohanrai. So, what do we actually check our schedule. Alright. We need to get Kraysk converted. So I need to not forget that. So our moral guy is currently down, that's fine. So Donkey Duff's down. Earthrush still needs to be updated. Alright, so we have Ultimax. So Ultimax is one of our people who's got a lot of range of capabilities. We are going to probably be narrowing those down to just one or two things. So mining they definitely want to keep. That's their primary role here, is mining. Construction would be really, really good as well. So we're going to keep them on construction, mining. Everything else is forfeit. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's recombinate. Grab all these goodies we want up here. I'd like to fit that. We'll worry about that in a minute. Alright. So keep the mining. Awful animals. Awful social. Awful melee. Mild cell instability. Mild UV sensitivity. Or art. And that'll work. Because yeah, you're not our social one. The one that needs to keep the high social is Donkey Duff. Alright, so let's try here. Heatwave. Let's try to begin conversion on Kraysk. We got about a 60-40 chance in our favor of Kraysk getting a positive conversion ritual. With only about a 15% chance of instantly converting them. I'm not super worried about it either way. Ineffective. That's fine. Alright, so you're in good shape for getting a detoxifier lung left to replace your blown out lung. Yeah, so we're just kind of doing like surgery after surgery after surgery after surgery. Let's see, would you recommend a 5x5 inner tiles for personal bedrooms or 4x7x8? I've been building 11x11 inner tile generic rooms, but some of your pawns are wanting personal bedrooms and wondering what the best fit for your base layout is. I don't remember something like 24 tiles will get you the maximum mood bonus for it. But that's honestly one of those ones that there's a lot of preference that goes into it, like how much space and resources do you want to allocate versus the mood bonus and all that. I tend to be fairly generous on the size of rooms I make. My god, there's so many hunting animals on here. Let's go outside and deal with these animals once these surgeries are done. Okay, so you're not actively in surgery. I got like 4 wargs, a cougar, a lynx. And I just know if I don't deal with this, they're absolutely going to come after me. There's a lynx. You got another warg way over there on the left, another one down here. Wargs, even at this stage of the game, can be dangerous if you just leave them alone. Because you'll have that one pawn that goes all the way down here, and then the warg ambushes them. And by the time help comes, it's just too late. It is one of the things that can be one of the ways that I can actually lose a pawn in this run, as we get Deathless. because while the pawn wouldn't die when they get downed, they would get downed and then the warg would eat them. Okay. So with that, I still have the links left. It was over here, kind of out of the way, so we should be fine. Yeah, no, it's worth, especially if you're on, like, the jungle tile and all that, which has just a lot of dangerous animals. It is sometimes worth it to just take the time to do what I did right a moment ago and just kind of do a lap. Alright, so we've got a cultist who does Dead Life Dust. They're a staggeringly ugly, delicate wimp. I'm gonna be honest, I don't want that person. Like, the Dead Life Dust is kind of a cool thing. But yeah. Alright, so the one thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna deliberately stand way back, and we are just going to shoot this person. And the reason for it is I have this really, really strong sneaking suspicion that this person has the Mechanite Horror, or the Metal Horror. Oh, I'm sorry, that was an asteroid of uranium. I was like, meteor, where? And so they get a melee hit off. We can supposedly get it. Oh, you didn't even do your scream thing where you summon in a whole bunch of enemies. You may have been innocent. Well, that's, Dudes is looking to chill. Hey man, you need to be less sus. The assault rifle did all the damage. With all his gun shooting, the assault rifle was the one who actually did anything. So will they demand bigger than 24 tiles for personal bedrooms? Your Psyker has 2 titles, and they demanded 24 tiles. Yeah, I can't remember. It's whatever the title, like the highest level title, is the biggest the bedrooms can ever be meaningfully. I'm trying to remember what size that matters at. One of my people has a title, right? Or maybe they just have a lot of psychic powers because they picked up a bunch of neoformers. Did I actually? Yeah, we got that set. Masterwork Flak Pants. Cool, man. Archon wants 30 tiles. Gotcha. Yeah, that's the biggest then. So anything bigger than 30 tiles literally serves like no purpose. So that's 5 by 6. So that's not a huge room when you really consider it. It's not a small room. But it's not a huge room, so like 5 by 6 is that big. Where honestly, a lot of times I make the bedrooms, they'll be like that size or that size. I usually make my rooms bigger than is required. It doesn't really benefit anything. It's not like a min-max good strategy or whatever. It's just, especially like if you're in a mountain or something, you usually just have space. It's your spaceships that space is really limited. Like, I didn't even bother deciding what size these rooms were. This is kind of the default of what I might do. Yes, that's 20 tiles. You're very generous. You stick them at 3 by 5. Yeah, it's one of those things that depends on what you're doing. Like, if I'm doing some type of challenge map, like I'm on like Swamp, or I'm doing a pollution challenge, or the spaceship where space is a premium, then we don't do any fancy bedrooms. But that is a lot of cougars. Alright, Randall Thor. Hold the door. Chain shotguns. Set up behind there. The rest of you pack in back here. Why is people... You only have a single... Oh, you haven't slept in the bedroom yet. Right, so you don't have the bedroom bonus or any of those bonuses. That's going to be a problem to manage. So we're gonna go ahead and just joy fuzz you real fast. And you're still the other ideology, which is why you're angry. No, I shouldn't have done that. Do your best, Thrombo. Don't block the door. Oh, you... I'm so tired of that one specific issue. They put a rock in the door, so we're getting bypassed here. I need you to... Oh, this is... I am so tired of the stupid stone in the door thing. That's like the 4th time that's happened. So try and drop back, do your best. Alright, luckily because I had this back here, we can adjust. Alright, well we managed to recover. Please stop just trashing this turret. Oh, the door's locked. Hang on. That's my fault. Okay. So we're fine. But get this the hell out of the door. Yeah, and there's one back there in that door. I need to stop growing anywhere near my ship, because that's what's been causing that. Is they go to grow stuff, and then they shove the boxes down, or the stone out into the doors and all that. Because that's we took some losses, like 2 losses in a fight the other day from that exact situation where we did that. Plus, they ended up trashing that. Meanwhile, we did have a solar thing, so we got checked to see if any of these bodies got dodgy. We're just taking a quick peek to see if any of those, instead of saying fresh, say rotten. Because the rotten, I'm considering them too far gone. Because the amount of mech resurrected serum you get is not much. And I'm not going to use that upon unlikely to come back okay. Alright, everyone's still fresh. There we go, my Thrombo. I'm honestly surprised the Thrombo didn't get more shredded. I think the Panthers are mostly, or the Cougars are mostly trying to avoid the Thrombo and go after me. And it's only when they couldn't get to me that they started fighting the Thrombo. When they were blocked. Okay, we gotta do this again, which is do not home zone this part. Because otherwise they sit here and try to sweep up on the rot. Yep, you got lung rot just that fast. Because they let you take 2 seconds to try and repair the wall. Lung rot's not that big a deal at this stage in the game. It's just obnoxious that literally just takes that time to try and repair 1 wall and they get lung rot because of how many corpses build up. Did one of you have... Yeah, you got the burning blaster. Oh, wait, it's raining. Because it's always raining. What unique weapon do we have? Oh, everyone's got a unique weapon. Everyone over here has a unique weapon. We've got 2 chain shotguns, we've got an assault rifle, a machine gun, a beam repeater, and 2 miniguns, all of them unique. Oh, and you got hurt because you ran through the fire. That's a lot of DACA. Yeah. Well, the one of them, I think it's a Nimble Delight here, was the fun one here. Oh, that one's just quick reload. Maybe it was the beam repeater. I had one of these that had a really fast one. Yeah, it's just extended magazine. Was this the Agni? Oh yeah, lightweight, so 20% less aim time, ranged cooldown, 20% less cooldown, and 1.5 as many rounds. So yeah, the beam repeater is the more DACA. Let's see, what's the best weapon for generic melee? You'll have people argue that one. Zeus Hammer has a lot of utility and it's really good. Mono swords can be good. I much prefer the Zeus Hammer over the mono sword. Bioferrite can be a very, very strong long blade that is surprisingly, like, it outperforms the stuff in the same category by a large margin, more than you would expect. But, Gladius are fine. Uranium maces are really good if you want to knock people down. Generally, if I can get my hand on a good Zeus Hammer, I will almost always take a Zeus Hammer. Because it does EMP as well. So it's just really, really good for fighting mechs, because you can go up to them, you can stun the mech with the EMP functionality on it, which just happens automatically. And then it hits really hard in its own right. Oh, the lake got destroyed. Yeah, varies for situation. Obsidian is good for sharps, better than Bioferrite. Zeus is great for EMP. Yeah. Base game, Uranium Aces, Plasteel Longsword. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's definitely one of those things that there are strong arguments to be made for a bunch of the different weapons. That, like, there are pros and cons, because again, there's blunt damage, slashing damage kind of thing. And they have different pros and cons and all that. So it's not as easy as weapon X is just better than weapon Y. It's usually weapon X is better against mechanoids or armored targets than weapon Y, or weapon Y is better against, you know, targets with like lots and lots of life but maybe not armored kind of thing. But yeah, no, generally it's like, you know, obsidian or bioferrite for a lot of melee weapons, like bladed ones. The blunt ones, uranium does extremely well for, especially like on the cheap. Zeus Hammer is, like I said, has built-in utility function. Shout out for Breach Hammer, trashing buildings, not killing prisoners, and counting as a piercer for the meme. Yeah. Well, the danger with having the breach axe is having somebody equipped with a breach axe and then they throw a tantrum and they just go around, they trash half your base before they're done. Oh, Vaxstone has a really reduced cooldown? That's interesting. But yeah, so it's definitely one of those ones that there is, it's like which is the best gun in the game. It's like, alright, there is a lot you're gonna have to unpack in that whole thing. Order in planting. This is the... Oh, who is this for? Oh, this was for, was this for KLL? No, KLL already had one. Was this for Kraisk? Okay, what is in here? Let's see. Poor Artistic. We left out Poor Plants, so it's one of our planters. I believe we already did Infinity Simplex. Yep. Kraisk, probably? I'm guessing. You're incapable of social or caring. Yeah. I mean, regardless, it'll work with Kraisk. Okay. So then the next contestant here. Let's get Earthrush on the queue. I need to check your stuff again. Earthrush here is our dedicated crafter. They do cook as a backup, but they're a dedicated crafter. So we can go... and they're not one of my moral guides or anything like that, so we can nerf their social. Okay, so grab all the goodies. We will take awful mining, awful animals, poor social, awful melee, mild cell instability, and strong UV. So they'll have a slightly reduced hunger rate, but that is maximum complexity. Oh, I need to set it to be Earthrush. That's why, because it'll, when I do it this way with the mod, it will name the Xenogerm who I made it for. And yeah. They want better fingers? Yeah, can I fit those though? Because these are all survivabilities, I'm gonna prioritize those. So I don't think I can fit it in, unfortunately. The better fingers would definitely boast the crafting. How are the cell instabilities? You're always a bit afraid to add one. They're not bad, so you'll occasionally get like a cancer or a mild reduction in the rate you recover from disease, which is kind of the big thing. These days, the aging part of it is very, very easy to manage between like the rituals and everything else. The moment someone's age is not particularly young, you just pop in there and get it sorted. Safeguarding a royal. War Queen and 8 Centipede Blasters. I also have to keep them very happy. They are going to give me a bunch of Cataphract people, but I don't really need any of these things. So, like, it's just I don't have the motivation to work on those. Casual 1500 uranium. Yeah, I have 1500 uranium that I'm just not using right now as is. So I don't need help building up my uranium supply. I also have a bunch of uranium and gold hanging out back here. Go ahead and get those back here. Go grab those components. The rest I'm less worried about. When nuclear reactors? Sadly, not a thing. That was weird. It was a raid that didn't trigger the raid sound. So that's 2 chain shotguns, 3 sniper rifles. Unfortunately, they are a breaching group, and unfortunately, we've got them over there. These 2 aren't going to be back in time for us to do anything about this. We're going to try to take off. Oh man, get back here. Infinity Simplex, get back here, man. No, I'm leaving the Thrumbo out here. It's buying us time. Oh man, Infinity, get back here, buddy. Because keep in mind, I've got 2 people under anesthetic wearing off, and we also have someone who... There goes the anti-grain. Yeah, and with having 2 people not even able to be in that fight, it was just a retreat situation. That was the anti-grain warhead that we were holding on to. So we are bringing one of the raiders with us, maybe two. But yeah, so the Thrombo at this point is more fun than important. But yeah, and that was just a situation of the people I needed to defend the ship were farther away than the enemy. So, like, there wasn't really a good way. And it wouldn't be a problem if they weren't breachers, but they were breachers. So we've got to rebuild what got destroyed. And they went for the warhead? Yep. That is just a thing that happens. Ripper, well, the warhead was sealed, and did that many manage to hitch a ride? Okay, so needless to say, they did trash this whole back corner. Pretty effectively, I might add. The Revenant is probably going to escape, so let's try and have you run in here really fast and execute the Revenant. Because it will 100% escape in not a whole lot of time. But the good news is, like I said, because it was tucked in a wall, even though it exploded, it really didn't destroy that much. It got the school bench because it had already blown up the wall over here too. But all in all, you'll notice the stockpile here didn't really take any damage. Okay, so we've killed the Revenant, and are just going to disallow us to do anything with its spine for a minute. I can start putting the ship back together, which shouldn't take any time at all. But yeah, no, the reason we retreated versus pushing that is I feel like if I would have tried to fight that with how much they were bringing to the table and how much ordnance and me trying to get in position while they were already in my base and everything, I feel like it'd been one of those ones where I was just getting my people a couple tagged here and there. Versus just retreating really fast. Yeah, we take a little bit of a loss in wealth, but honestly, we need that loss. And it's not like I really had anything on the other tile I care about. There was some potatoes. Yeah, and that's exactly what I've done, is when I get the antique grains, I tuck them in a closet like that. Usually I'll even make it out of harder materials. But that gives you an idea of how strong the blast was. This was all plasteel. This whole area here was all plasteel. And the blast is enough, they managed to knock down all those walls and all that. But they didn't get any of our engines or anything. It's literally, they just trashed that wall, they got that antique grain, and they destroyed this desk. Surprisingly, they didn't even get the Psychic Emanator or the pool table that were right there that were high value. So really, most of it was just inconvenient in that they're wasting some of my plasteel. Meanwhile, we can go over here, zone. No rotten or human-like corpses. That'll be for the human-like corpses. Okay. So to keep things rolling, because like I said, the other issue I had is, so we had 2 people separated from the group. We have 2 people who are recovering from anesthetic, and we had 1 person currently down for like another half a day. So effectively, it was like white fighting with 3 pawns not even present, 2 pawns at half capacity. So that was my fight to definitely just throw the runaway on. And the Revenant sealed again. They even missed the pilot sub-processor core that was in the Revenant's room there. Very genuinely, they managed to pretty much hit, like, the only thing of value they hit was that anti-grain that I've been sitting on forever. So they only hit the anti-grain is the only thing of any value whatsoever. Technically, they wasted a shard. And a couple of components, I guess, if you want to really get into it. Okay, so let's see here. I don't need the herbal medicine. So, question about the grav ship. How does it power itself? Can you just put turrets all around it, or a mortar turrets? Not sure the second turret has been researched yet. So, you power it the same way you do any other powering things. The one advantage it has is it has one additional technology that's got a pretty rare resource that'll let you get a little bit more out of it. But generally speaking, we're gonna start getting pickier. We're gonna start ditching all of the good. If it's not excellent or better, we're not gonna grab it. There's some worn armor. But yeah, so like for our example, I've stolen these unstable power cores. These are dangerous power things, but you steal them from mech clusters, and they only give you 400 apiece, but you don't have any maintenance. We got vanometric powers. These are pretty rare. They give you 1,000, but you can really only kind of get them from quests. But the big one here is the grav core power cells, which are 1,200 power with like no additional effort. But you get that 1,200 power, but it's a late game tech that if we look at our research, it's a advanced grav tech. And then the big catch is that grav core material requirement there. You can only get that from the quest. They're not that hard to get a hold of, but it means you're way late. So you can put solar panels and batteries on it? You can, but solar panels are very space inefficient. So it does kind of become its own headache. Would you stop roofing these engines? So minus stolen power cells and quest rewards, the best option is solar and batteries. I actually prefer chem fuel. It's far more laborious. And that's strictly for the spaceship. If I'm on the ground, I'm going for geothermal. But I'm more likely to get batteries and some chem fuel and just toss down a geothermal to plug in the ship. So, like, I'd go here, toss down a geothermal, and run a wire when I land. You know, I leave it behind when I leave, but it's just really efficient power, so it's fine. Are you a Rim good guy now? Pollution generators? Yeah, no, generally, that's another thing you can do, is the pollution generators. Those work really well, because the consequence for those, they put out pollution, which means you can slowly poison the map you're on. But if you're moving, you don't care. The catch is you're going to take reputation hits every single time you leave a tile, which is fine. It's not that big a deal. But it is something to be aware of that you will need to effectively bribe friendships a little bit more to keep them going. Alright. I'm trying to get everyone set up with the Deathless before we start committing to dangerous fights. Because it just lowers the odds of losing people by so much. Yeah, so I've got you two are still baseliners. And then I think KLL... Yeah, so KLL is one we want to redo theirs. We got those two baseliners. Oh, and we got Earth Rush. Okay. Just need to launch some extra uranium ammo. The problem is the uranium is really inefficient to launch because of its weight. It's fine, it's doable. But that is a negative of it. Let's see, do you have anything I care about? You've got some herbal medicine and some pemmican. We got another nuclear stomach ready. Alright. Earthrush will still need a nuclear stomach of their own. Alright, let's get the nuclear stomach in you. Now let's go here. And switch that to do until you have one. Or actually, no, we can keep it on the that, and then when we get the spare, we'll just disable it for a while. Or we just let it sit there. Honestly, just leaving it sit there isn't the worst option. How much power does a gen fuel generator give? The same as a wood generator, right? Yes. I don't remember off the top of my head. It's like 1,000, 1,200, something like that. I think 1,000. What am I making these out of? Slate. Let's check, make sure our vac suit stuffs are set. Yeah, so we got that set to 10. We're never going to make another one of those, so don't worry about that. Everything else is good. But yeah, so like, don't get me wrong, labor-wise, the chem fuel are rough. Like, to be clear, that is their negative, because you need to make the chem fuel, which means either taking care of Boomalope to milk them for chem fuel, or using the chem fuel refining over here, which means, you know, getting whatever material you need to feed in, usually stuff like wood. Chem fuel is more space efficient, storing than, or longer lasting. So chem fuel doesn't go bad as long as it's indoors. And why are you on no... We have, that battery must have gotten disconnected. Why is that battery... Why was that battery empty? The other batteries are full. You're wired up here, which is wired to all that, and then it gets to this grid. So you are touched the whole grid. Because you're saying 700 extra, and you're saying about 700 extra. Huh. Alright, so get the next one implanted. This is for Earthrush. So we will swap out Earthrushes. So next up on our list here is Ultimax. And if we look at Ultimax, mine is their primary responsibility in construction. That was the other one we made, was for Ultimax. So let's go here, load, Ultimax, grab those ones, and Robust. And then we grab the mild cell instability. We do not want to give them awful mining. So we can grab these ones. Ooh, wait. Okay, Ultimax is not one of our people who is a moral guide or anything like that. So awful animals, awful social, awful melee, UV negative, and bad art. And we will set it to Ultimax so I don't forget who it's going to. Alright, and that'll do. Because then once we get everyone to Deathless, it's a matter of every time we get a new person, we can just give them Deathless right away. A distant prisoner. We'll have someone who will have blood rot that would come by. They'd be willing to give me a medical skill trainer. I can actually use that. So let's go ahead and grab that. And you can practice some medicine on them. Oh, right, you're a prisoner? Yeah, we can go here. The fact that our prisoners get the best rooms in the house is certainly something. Convert. Yeah, because then what we can do is right now, KLL is our secondary doctor. They're getting okay. Actually, you're getting pretty good with your doctoring. You were at 7 just a minute ago. You're at 9 now. But with the medical thing, we can probably boost you another level, maybe 2. So we're at that stage that I'm probably going to let them start doing surgeries as well. Because right now we've been kind of not letting them. And that'll be good because we're definitely hurting on that front. We already checked out mining everything. Yep, we have all that. We can go to gold, silver, uranium. Okay, that's fine. Just checking for any good ores on here. Yeah, so what we're probably gonna do. So we need to keep the research moving, because for taking on the hive mind, I don't want to go out there without actual armor. It's gonna be a lot of mechs. It's gonna be a lot of lancers. It's gonna be a lot of people taking charge lance shots and all that, which can be pretty rough. So we don't want to just ignore it and take it to the face. What rocks are you getting? You got marble and granite. Not sure where we got from that, because I shouldn't have that all scheduled on. It could just have slate and sandstone. That's fine. Alright. Yeah, so basically we're just trying to buy time until we get all our people going through that. Because as you see, I'm trying to churn through really fast, so we're having like 2 people under anesthetic at a time, which makes us very weak in our fights. But once we get to the other side of it, we'll be in really good shape. But I think once we get our Deathless stuff, we're gonna start hammering different locations. Yeah, that's marble and granite. I'm not too bothered by all that. Hey, did we ever run out of dye? No, I still got tons of dye. I just don't have an art person who's got any availability. Carcinoma on Krask. Alright, operations, excise carcinoma. The big downside of those nuclear stomachs. Now, for the record, if I was in a dangerous situation, like we were getting ready to go into a fight, we could just do a regular treatment of the carcinoma instead of excising it, and that would mitigate a lot of the pain temporarily. Randalthor carcinoma. That's not what you want to see. Multiple rounds of carcinoma overlapping. Gotcha, so you can't treat the carcinoma permanently. Right, so you have to have someone at 10. Yeah, so right now, KLL can just treat the carcinoma, and then when Earthrush wakes back up, they can actually properly deal with it. Hi.
I just wanted to say hi.
Yeah.
Because I went to the bathroom, and then I was like, I'll stop and say hi to Huppy.
That sounds like the whole strategy.
Yeah, it was a good plan. Yes.
No. What bad luck? Yeah, nah, it's fine. Earthrush is right about to get up. But that's the problem with the nuclear stomach. The nuclear stomachs are extremely powerful. Lynx hunting Ultimax. Good luck, Lynx. Yep. Like, honestly, Ultimax could have probably just opened up and not had a problem. The only reason I didn't just have him stand there and shoot is there is always that chance you just roll bad on the whole thing, and the Lynx just runs in and then starts getting the slashes in. And very generally, you could just get unlucky and it gets to be like a neck hit or something like that. And they just get downed and then the Link starts eating them. Or, sorry, the Link starts hitting them while on their ground to try and finish the job. So that's one case of carcinoma handled. Could you... Oh, what? Oh, you're on the wrong medicine. That's what's going on. And we can get the second case of carcinoma handled. Because also added bonus, every single time we're treating carcinoma, we're just getting more medical. It sucks because that's like a day they're kind of out of it, but... You know, that's whatever. And then added, even if everything went wrong with the carcinoma, we are giving people Deathless if it became fatal. Whatever. They get downed because they're Deathless. You just get a chance to treat it again and again until it's no longer fatal. And then they just pop back up and go about their business. Alright, and everyone's over their carcinoma. Let's see. We need to keep converting Kraisk and get him converted over to our stuff. Alright, so I don't really need the grav cores. So we're probably gonna start doing is we're probably gonna start area revealed. Oh, it's like one tile. What we'll probably end up doing here is we'll start hitting stuff like these ancient complexes or other places I can get goods from, such as unique weapons or whatever. And we'll start hitting those as they move in the direction of the hive mind. Very unhappy. No. No. That is not what I'm entertaining. But we can do that as we head towards the hive mind. Give me the medicine because we're burning through it with all surgery. Give me the components. I can always use more. And that's all fine. Cool. Because then we can sit there and do that. That's something for people to work on. It also will give us some, it'll also give us some potential for unique weapons and other goodies that we potentially want. Conversion. Oh, that was the prisoner. I was about to say, like, dang. Kraisk was still, like, 30-40% off. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so we're just waiting for Roni to get out of here. 13 days. That'll give us a skill trainer medical that I can give KLL to get them caught up to Earthrush a bit better. Otherwise, we just keep collecting these resources. We're about to run out of steel. Meanwhile, Kraisk here, I have dedicated to... Oh no, Kraisk wasn't the hauler. Who was our dedicated hauling person? Oh wait, didn't I have it so... Infinity Simplex was doing that and Kraisk was just support? I think I had Kraisk as support for haul, or like they were hauling primarily, but they could help with plants in a pinch. Because honestly, with the dual field hands, Infinity Simplex really doesn't need help. You're getting really upset. So we go ahead and hit you with a mind numb buzz whatever. Why are you not getting the bonuses for the dining room rec room? There they go. That's the reason why their mood was failing, is they weren't getting any of the bonuses for the rec room, the dining room, the the barracks, all that. And actually, for that matter, what we can do here is Infinity Simplex. You're the depressive one, right? No. That was KLL. How is KLL the one who's got their mood decently managed? I was basically thinking, I got my 2 rooms down here. I should probably use them as actual rooms. I've got 49 tiles left, but not really room to add much, because I was thinking I could add another bedroom onto the ship somewhere. So when I don't have prisoners, some of our more fickle people we can put onto those to try and get them a little bit more of a mood bonus. Meanwhile, just checking. You're not putting anything in the doors so far. Yes, you are. Get that out of the door. I need to stop doing the thing where I just zone the entire area around the ship. Because it's nice because it moves the stones from being out here for enemy cover. It's also nice because then I don't have to do a whole lot of effort into getting it all set up. It's just done. Xenogerm completed. Order implantation. It is the Ultimax Xenogerm, so it's going in Ultimax. The next contestant will be, where are you? Mohan Rai. So you can construction, you can grow. Oh, you're the one who is my cleaner slash hauler. So yeah, so you're primary a cleaner slash hauler. We will consider growing as a secondary. They do need to have social. They are one of our social pawns. I also just realized I nerfed your social. Yeah, so do not screw with their social. Okay, so grab you, Mohan Rai. Grab all this stuff, like we've been doing. Alright, so do not hurt their social. You can have bad animals. You can have bad melee, mild cellular instability, bad mining, UV sensitivity, and poor art. Actually, it doesn't matter. Poor art, poor intellectual, it's fine. And that will do for Mohan Rai. We'll double check to make sure I didn't mess that up. Yeah, because it's construction and growing we care about. We skipped on that. I'm gonna double check that. I wish there was an easy way to attrition what I had just put together. It's fine. If it's bad, we cancel and we just do it again. Because I think that's just that one and then KLL, and then I think that'll be everyone. Yeah, because there's you. And then KLL needs theirs to be adjusted to have the Deathless. And then everyone else is done. Alright. And how goes it with the crafters? You are still just working on your bionics, that's fine. Having just one crafter causes that. It'll be an interesting thing as we're getting these researches done. That, like, we basically researched out. It sucks that we actually have the Cataphract half learned already. Like, not only available, but half learned. We just haven't had a chance to actually finish it or anything. It'll also be good once we get this stuff sorted out. Because then I can switch off using the better medicine to using the cheaper stuff. And save the better stuff for when we really need it. Alright. Oh, I see what's happening here. Honestly, that whole plan that I had about that bench kind of being the one to just process the components constantly, that kind of went out the window when we lost our second crafter. Well, second and third crafter. Yeah, so I'm kind of watching for the first person who starts having mood anything. And once we start having any of those mood issues, I'll assign that bedroom to whoever it is. They get... Basically, the one who whines the loudest gets the bedroom. It's definitely a great way of doing things. They should certainly be a thing you want to encourage in real life. Actually, you know what? So let's see here, because we might be able to use this efficiently. Let's grab the grab core. So 1, 2, 3. So I've got what? I've got 49 tiles. So 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll try that. And tuck a third bedroom back here. Disease Plague was blocked by penioxylin. I do really love me some penioxylin. Now the downside is that we're just not getting more made. And I think that's literally just got one crafter trying to do too many things. Stuff is falling in between the cracks. That said, we still got a bunch left. Would you quit high psychic droning me? That's like the third high psychic drone we've had this stream. Leave me alone. Like, literally, all of my stuff is still on cooldown from the last high psychic drone. All right. And I do need a light for the hallway. And we can convert you again. So the real question is, with the commanding shout and all that, I'm trying to remember if you're, oh, right, you're gonna need... So we're gonna have to take the title away from Randall. Because I did get, nerf their social into the dirt. Alright, so it's going to be Mohan Rai is going to take over that. So you are going to be the new leader, not the moral guide. And what are you upset about? High Psychic Drone. Yeah, that'll do it. We'll wait till the High Psychic Drone's done. So we'll do real fast. Wolverine hunting Mohan Rai. I didn't realize the Wolverines would actually hunt us. They are a predator. Where are you at? You're way over here? That'll be fine. Because despite being a predator, I haven't had them hunt me at any point till now. Okay. Alright, so let's see here. How many tiles do I have left? 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's use up the last of our tiles to fill this in. That'll be our last bedroom. And then we can go from there. Yeah, so basically people are going to be upset. If it wasn't such a pain to reset their entire schedule, I'd set them to be nothing but recreation while the psychic drone's going on. I think we'll just take our chances. Alright, so real quick. Mohan Rai, social, become the leader, okay. And then we can try and give a leader speech. Because right now I don't want Randall to do it because we nerfed their social into the absolute dirt. So, if they give a leader speech, they're just going to botch it. Please get all these chunks of stone out of the door. Begin leader speech. Okay. And our goal is to try and have a good leader speech, because I'll give like a +6 or 8 mood bonus for like 5-6 days, which should cover the entirety of this time. Hey, encouraging. Cool, cool. Yeah, so that'll give... How much of a mood bonus? Encouraging speech. 5 bonus for 8 days. And the good news, the psychic drone has already ended. We're going to be attacked immediately by drop pods dropping right the hell in the bedroom. That is not my favorite. Get out of here before it lands in your head. So I decided to close the door really fast, so we know what we're dealing with. Okay, they are bringing a respectable amount of firepower in here, and they're wearing flak. We are just gonna kind of have to pop that door open and unleash hell into that room. It's gonna be a no cover to no cover up close and personal range, which is not my favorite. And we did literally just use our stuff. Can we get a flare and hook it in there, though? Well, actually, Vertigo Pulse? Oh, that'll be perfect. Vertigo Pulse right in the center of that crap. Okay, well... The bedroom was thoroughly trashed. But all in all, that went pretty smoothly. We got 1 hit to the spine, a hit to the torso and liver, and 1 to the leg. And everyone walked away without any serious injuries. Let's go to our assignments real fast in the medicine. None of this requires good medicine. They did break a lot of beds, which is unfortunate. They also destroyed the dresser. I don't remember what was here that they got. Oh, that's from the dresser. It just kicked them all the way over. Or no, what was here? Was there must have been another statue right there that got destroyed. All in all, for a drop pod raid dropping right on top of our head. Carcinoma. Okay, the beds are all fixed, the damage is being sorted. Alright. And we already got rid of the carcinoma. Go ahead and get those bricks out of here. Yeah, and they broke the jade statue in the corner there. So I'll reinstall that statue. Actually, where's one of these rooms that has a statue has no reason to have a statue? There you go. Start taking these statues I've got everywhere, and as they destroy them, swap them in. I'm honestly surprised Earthrush didn't have one of those come down on his head. Was just a little after everyone else getting out of there. Oh, do we already get the Xenogerm? Okay, so order installation. That is Mohan Rise. Xenogerm. And was there anyone else we needed to do this for? It's KLL was one of them. That's Mohan Rise doing it now. Yeah, I think it's just KLL is the only one we have to switch. Because KLL has one. But if we look at what's in here... Oh, it's not going to show me. We didn't give them Deathless. So this one needs Very Happy. So we got to worry about trying to get those in. I need to actually check what you do here. KLL, you are a researcher. Pretty much exclusively. That makes it nice and easy. Alright, so, Deathless, Super Wound Clotting, Very Happy, and we'll see if we can't make more work here. Awful Animals, Awful Mining, Awful Melee, Mild Cellular Instability. I've got 1 point to work with. You might be getting Elongated Fingers. Yeah, so we'll not have the very fast runner, but we'll have everything else. And also won't have the robust. And the reason we have that situation going on, is just genuinely, I can't make that happen because they are a body purist, so they hate when I do this. But at the same time, this happiness counteracts the negative. So we get to give them the Deathless and all that, despite them having body purist. And with that, every one of our colonists will be all sorted out. How are we doing on these, by the way? We got another nuclear stomach ready. Was there anyone who is not the body purist? Earthrush themselves. Okay, add, install nuclear stomach into there. And so with that, we will suspend making nuclear stomachs. Because everyone who we want to have one will have one. I'm going to reinstall you halfway here. Put the oxygen thing in there. Get our bedroom all set up. And I'll need to go zone, home zone. Get it done. Driving cross country with the stream to keep you company? so much easier than without. I'm glad to hear. Yeah, no, it's the same thing like keeping a podcast or whatever your background noise is. I can definitely see that. Driving around in silence can be a whole thing. It's also annoying when you're trying to use the radio and have to change, like, every 50, 100 miles, have to change your radio station. Because, you know, like, the one you were listening to goes out of range, and then you end up having to fuss with it trying to find a radio station you enjoy, because it's just like, nope, not my kind of music, nope, not my kind of music. Yeah, for me, it used to be podcasts all the time. Alright, we can go ahead and hold these two doors open. Not super worried about that. Another streamer calls it Lego Talk, as in, when you were a kid, you could just play with Lego and a friend would babble about anything. That makes sense. Sounds like Rual hasn't found XM radio. I used to have XM radio, like way back in the day when I first bought my car. It came with a free subscription to XM radio for something like 6 months or a year or whatever it was. And it was fine. For me, it wasn't something I could really justify spending the money on. Just, you know, it was fine, but there wasn't a program that grabbed my attention enough for, I think it was like 15 bucks a month at the time. Alright, so we're gonna have a siege. So you've got 2 assault rifles, a minigun, 2 sniper rifles, a doomsday. Well. Alright, well, there's no reward for me fighting that, so let's start going and hitting these, like, ancient settlements and all this kind of stuff. We're just looking for goodies right now. Yeah, if you let it lapse, they beg you to buy it again for like 10 bucks for 6 months. Yeah, I mean, this is a long time ago. This is going 10 plus years ago or whatever it was. Okay, so don't care what it is. Infested settlement, let's go. Because if I'm going to fight, I want my prize at the other side of it. When World or Spotify exists, why? Yeah. I think XM Radio mostly survives on, there is a handful of, not a handful, that's not fair. There is a number of individuals who, I won't say they're like not up to tech or whatever, but, you know, they got into it in the past, they got into being comfortable with whatever program they were listening to. It's just become their thing and they're just sticking to it. Alright. I'm gonna give that a quick minute to cool that all down. Let's learn our lesson. Don't build it close enough that we have to worry about it. Okay. So, in the meantime, first thing we'll do is, while people are sleeping and recovering, there's just steel exposed on this map. Alright, we can go gold. Actually, I wonder if this would work. Or... okay, so you're back on your feet. The anesthetic is wearing off. Masterwork wooden end table. That's cool. Okay, that's marble. Alright, so what I'm going to go ahead and do is queue this up. And I'm just going to tell him, hey man, just make whatever stone you can. Zone. I paused because saw, I think, is Infinity running over there. Let's make sure they don't get themselves killed real fast. Because it's just trying to wait till people were up. No, it's Ultimax. I'm just trying to wait till people are up, and then we're gonna go knock out those bugs real fast. So let's get everyone over here, deal with the nest, see what our prizes are, and start clearing everything going. Hey, Lardine, how's it going? You wonder when we'll start seeing Starlink in cars a factory option? I think one of the only reasons why we haven't seen it sooner is because, you know, Tesla makes cars. So it's just another thing to try and, you know, promote the product. Okay, we got a bunch of bugs coming out from inside the building. Okay, we can pop that. And what do we get? Panels. That's okay. I don't actually need the Gravlight panels. Okay. And we got a safe here. With gold. We got survival meals here. Doesn't Starlink require non-insignificant receiver? I have no idea. Okay, and we just keep on scooching around here. Okay. And open the component box. Let's see, you know, Musk is touting that he can use it to as from a regular cell phone. I don't know. My trust in Musk is, if he could go like farther in the negatives, it would. He says a bunch of BS that has nothing with anything. He's always been someone who's promoted things with not vaporware, but along those lines where he'll promise stuff doesn't exist yet, no expectation to exist. Experts say it probably won't exist. And then he'll launch a product and then you'll never hear about it again. Or he will announce he's launching a product you'll never hear about again. Because there's a reason that product doesn't exist. We just don't have the tech. Or there's a lot of other things. It's just kind of the reality. Plus, if I can deny Musk any money, that's a win. That is a benefit to society. Okay. You could have bought the Cybertruck if it wasn't a god-awful truck. You didn't care about the smoke he's getting, but you can't hang with a... I mean, that's your choice. For me personally, he exemplifies a lot of really awful behavior. And it's just one of those things. You don't mind the dude who seems to be doing new stuff? He's really not. Like, all things considered, armor skin clan, don't care. Like, he's really not, in a lot of ways. Like, if you go way back when he was going, all right, well, we're going to try and go to Mars, like, back in that kind of era, you know, before he kind of showed, like, his true colors and all that, sure. But there's just so much about him that he is willing to do some truly, truly awful things. Well, he doesn't even throw money at the engineers. SpaceX very genuinely underpays the crap out of its engineers and rides on goodwill. For the record, like, I've worked with a lot of SpaceX employees, and a lot of them, he sells them on this passion project of, like, getting humanity to be not one planet and all that. But in so many ways, like, he's just taking advantage of people's goodwill. That's not to say that they haven't accomplished anything. They certainly have. But there's a lot. Like, he definitely jumps behind businesses that are trying to innovate. Like, that part is fair. But that's kind of like, what does he do with a lot of that? How does he do that? You work with a lot of former SpaceX employees that burned out from getting overworked. Oh yeah, no, they work the crap out of them. They underpay them. And it's all riding on the fact that they can convince them to get behind the mission and all that kind of stuff. It's pretty awful. But you don't know, you're in that world as a supplier. Bezos got funny with money and contracts. Musk didn't. Might be very well. I'm not saying like, that's like having a turd sandwich and a turd taco. You're still eating turds. Okay, so we didn't find a whole lot that was good in here. We got some meals, we got some medicine. Oh, we're missing one door over here. But all in all, like, you know, people sit there and it's like, Musk is finally trying to tackle solar. That's like, well, no, there's been a lot of companies doing solar for ages. Musk just got some pretty good marketing behind it. With the aerospace thing, there's been a lot of people who've been trying to go after stuff, and he's got the money to do it, and, like, there's credit to be given there. But at the same time, you look at a lot of the stuff where he's doing a lot of pretty awful things. He's very anti a lot of different demographics and all that, and puts his money to it, which is the part where it really gets it. It's one thing when someone's kind of a jerk, but then was like, yeah, but I'm going to use my resources to go after that kind of thing. It's just really, there's a lot of bad stuff he's not only enabling, but, like, literally driving. Like, what he did to Twitter and all that. He requested their quote to end world hunger because it didn't, request a quote to end world hunger didn't because it would only be for 10 years. Well, I mean, that's, yeah, obviously that's the whole thing as well. He got into solar buying out his cousin's company that needed bailout. Yep, that is true. That is a factual thing. Of course, one you're supposed to not be on your own. No, that's the whole thing. Oh no, if you think Twitter was, like, nearly as bad as it is now, you are sadly mistaken. Like, don't get me wrong, it's always had its problems. But it went from being like, yeah, it was kind of over the place, people could be a little toxic, to it has been leagues worse by almost any form of analytic or data you want. He was like, oh yeah, the moderation situation on Twitter isn't great. What if we just got rid of that part? Oh wait, it got worse. Wait, how did that happen? I don't understand. Wait, we shouldn't disallow people from saying pretty awful things. You know, your algorithm only shows weightlifting cars in street fights? Are you talking about old Twitter or new Twitter? Because your algorithm will feed off of it. But yeah, no, for me, I was running into getting a lot of, like, really, really heinous political crap. like very hateful people and all that, and you'd keep blocking and suspending, or like blocking and doing all that sort of stuff, and then he's like, oh yeah, well blocking is not gonna block anymore, and you're like, then what's the point? Like, it was amazing how much that as I disengaged with Twitter and moved over to stuff like Blue Sky, it was just an entirely better experience. Yeah, no, it was, yeah, when they ended up having it where the verified went from being a whole thing that had a process, whether or not you agree with the process they used, to just pay to play, that's kind of when it became an utter cesspool that was, like, unusable for me. But yeah, no, I also... You don't see any politics on your Twitter? Oh man, you're lucky. I ended up keep adding more and more mute words trying to get away from it. What's Twitter? You don't own it? You know what Twitter is, Lux, right? That was just because he got mad about being the most blocked? Yeah, that's kind of like a lot of my issues I ran into. And for the record, that's kind of the same thing that happened with Jack Dorsey, not to the extreme. Jack Dorsey made Blue Sky, and people were like, well, we're gonna call these replies skeets. And he's like, don't call those skeets. Like, well, we're choosing to call these skeets, and eventually got upset and left. Like, he's just not involved anymore. Because the community wasn't going the direction he wanted it to go. Your feeds are finally curated. Instagram doesn't even show you thirst traps at this point. Just jujitsu and cars. Yeah. I mean, if you can make Twitter work for you, that's fine. But almost all the analytics we've been seeing coming out of Twitter is that it's more than 75 to 80% bots now. There's been entire, like, this is something on the content creation side, from the engagement side of it, when you do your posts on there and all that kind of stuff, like, how many people genuinely interact with that kind of stuff, all that kind of thing. Always has been. No, it's not been, buddy. I've directly worked with that stuff. I've done like a lot of the tech and the social media stuff in the past. It's always had bots, but you're talking different animals so far as like magnitudes and all that. Like, there's always been some bots on it. TS, I don't know what you mean by TS. So the FBI analysis? What FBI analysis are you talking about? Meant to post that in game? Oh, I got you. Because, like, for the record, you'll have a lot of articles that'll get posted about misconstrued that there's talking random stuff and thinking about your in-game chat. Yeah, there's a lot of times you have to be really careful about the sources, and like the FBI not being the source in question, the source being like Fox News, Newsweek, whoever, then reporting that the FBI did something, like did some test, but then you actually look at it and they're doing a lot of legwork on kind of adjusting what it was. They'll be like, you know, this percentage of people exhibited bot-like behavior or whatever, and then you'll have Fox be like, this percentage of people are bots. It's like, that's not the same thing. Those are two very different statements. And then it also depends on what they mean by bot-like behavior. Yeah, no, very genuinely, Elon Musk is a piece of shit. That's where I'm going to go with that. And I don't normally swear in the stream. Like, just very genuinely. Bots are in everything, so you can't say there's no bots. Exactly, there's always some level of bots. Like, people know I generally don't swear on the stream. But no, he's a sack of garbage. He's a hateful man who's racist, who is xenophobic, he's anti-LGBTQ, he is a awful piece of garbage, he's misogynistic. He just happens to have a whole lot of money. Found him, not FBI, but a former FBI. Oh, if you're saying like a single individual former former anything. One person saying crap isn't enough. That's like saying Bob's sister said something. It's like, who the hell is that? Oh, they worked there once? Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, it's one thing if they say, hey, this is a peer-reviewed study, or hey, we did all these analytics. Yeah, and that's the thing. If it's a like, because unfortunately we live in an era where people are always like clout chasing, always trying to do, so you can have someone who puts some time into an office, and especially right now with the sensationalization of media and all that, it's really easy to get one person who goes, oh hey, I could just put my name on here, and a whole bunch of people jump on it. It's kind of like, if you want a perfect example, it's like the whole thing about vaccines supposedly causing autism and how, you know, you had the one study came out and people still like, it's true. See, there's this one study. Who knows, during the purchase, maybe a truckload of cash showed up on his house with bots written on it. I wouldn't say it's probably like that big a thing. Like, I wouldn't say it's, you know, like he was outright bribed or anything. It's probably just clout chasing. And thank you for the 520 stream streak, Cookie. I do appreciate it. It means a heck of a lot that you continue tuning in. But yeah, no, it's especially right now, there's a lot of people who, it's an unfortunate reality. It's easier to spread BS than it is to go back and clean it up. There's a lot of really hateful people who are feeling very enabled right now, and they're doing bad things. And I would put Musk on that thing. And for the record, once upon a time, back in the days when, you know, the Roadster was the only car that Tesla had, and Solar City was just first kind of really getting its feet underneath it, and SpaceX was trying to, you know, genuinely do things. It's like, oh, hey, this is really promising. And I think what happened is Musk got a bunch of money, and then realized he really liked money. And then just... That lever went from he was kind of running all these progressive businesses that were trying to change the world, and just slammed that lever the other direction, being like, money. The Redster was a little better than a kit car. Is rebodied Lotus. Yep, you're not wrong. I got to ride in a Roadster when that was like super duper new. That was a terrifying car because it didn't sound like it was doing anything. It was going real fast. You got design parts for it? That's cool. Yeah, I got to, through the university, we had one of the people at the university had one. Which that was at the time that, like, the big investments that were happening were in hydrogen fuel cell. Which even the people working on it was like, this is a dumb idea. This is a bomb driving around. This is a terrifying idea. This is not something that should be in consumer hands. So it's cool seeing the Tesla by comparison. And that was also, there's a couple of other electric calls. Sticking his nose to technical details where he isn't competent goes back to PayPal when he got pushed out because he wanted to move everything to Windows-based server in like 1999. I hadn't heard that one. I know he had his whole thing that he had bought X.com around the time and he wanted to move PayPal to X.com. And that was like after the brand had already gotten established, and the board was like, no, no, man, we're not murdering all this marketing we've done. Like, we've got an established brand. People know what PayPal is. We're not changing it to X. That sounds like a porn website. Yeah, he got shoved out of that business. Yeah, but I hadn't heard about the Windows-based servers. Honestly, in 1999, the Windows-based servers were fine. Windows 2000, which comes before Windows 2000. And somehow, him and Thiel end up on the same page. I don't know who that is. Peter Thiel? Yeah, I have no idea who that is. Oh, co-founder of PayPal? Gotcha. Yeah, it's a person who kind of disappeared off the map. Did we finish that Xenogerm? Also, political hot potato, not surprising. Okay, so we can get your Xenogerm installed yet? Your new one? Yes. Alright, so everyone in the colony is now deathless. I would like to get a little bit of the food in here real quick. Deal has not disappeared. Venture capitalist funds a bunch of political ideas. Gotcha. So just not in the circles of thing. Yeah, we can move on. We obviously went a little bit in the weeds on the thing. But no, genuinely I found Musk to be a very interesting person way back, but either he revealed who he was or has, changed over years. These things happen. Like whether it was traumatic or circumstance or who he surrounded himself with, whatever it is. And again, it could be he was always that way, but he's done some garbage. So yeah, I'm very not team that. And that was before he did his whole thing where he was basically shadow president. Anyways, RimWorld. So we got Deathless all sorted, all that. So we've been super slow at work. But it's been a nice break from the chaos this month, the last couple months. You had more dogs just boarding than we had the entire building today. Between daycare and boarders. Gotcha. But yeah. So, we've got Deathless sorted. That puts us in good shape. So the things we're dealing with for wanting to tackle the endings. The cryo sleep is neither here nor there. I'd really like to get some proper armor. Going into the hive mind with nothing but vac suits sounds like a good way to end up with a lot of dead people. Let's see, hey, do you know if hacking detection decreases with intellectual level? I don't know if it does. Because I don't know if it's based on every tick it does it, or if it's every 25, or how any of that works, or if it's just a time-based thing. So I'd need to know all that. Fame does crazy things to people, not to mention with money. Yeah. Yep. You notice fishing increases animal skill? Yes, fishing is based on animal skill. It's a non-hunting way to use animal skill, because before that, if you didn't like animal skill gets used for taming, hunting, and now fishing. But if you had the thing where it was the animal primacy, nature primacy, whatever it was, where you're not supposed to tame a bunch of the animals, you can't hunt them and all that. It was suddenly you were in this like weird situation where you had an animal and it was like really hard to use for anything. I did not check for an ancient danger. Yeah, so I popped that complex. That one was kind of garbage. Pretty much where we're at right now is I'm needing to put in the time to try and get ourselves some better armor. I would love the cataphract, but I could certainly settle for like recon and marine and all that stuff. It would be really good to at least get a second melee pawn, but if we don't, we don't. We also need to get a bunch of our newbies here who have not so amazing shooting skill to be better than not so amazing. Because really when you look at it, these three actually have decent skill and a lot of them are bad. Let's see, you got into 18 and a stockpile, no problem. Got 5, got caught almost immediately. Maybe tiny bad RNG. Well, I'm assuming there is something with it. Like I said, whether it's time or tick or whatever, it could be the intelligence. I have no idea what works under the hood. It's certainly not going to hurt anything to have higher int. But it's also one of those things that generally when I look at it goes, does it matter? And if you're wondering what you mean about that, the reality is you're probably going to have your researchers try and hack it, because that's who's going to do it, and a lot of them require 5 or 8 or whatever hacking to even try. So, unless you happen to be sitting on like 5 or 6 researchers, you're just going to let whoever do it. And that's just going to be the way it is. So it's not likely to change anything about how you play. It can be fun from like a trivia interesting thing, but there's a lot of times when it comes into like a lot of questions in games going, okay, here's this thing, but does it matter? Not really. Ultimately, not really. Oh, how are we doing on the organs? I've just been like Earth Rush. Churn away. Alright, so we've got a leg and an eye handy. So you got both your legs done. Okay, so you can use a leg and an eye. So install... Oh, we actually have a bionic stomach, ear, all that stuff. I won't worry about those. I'm going to leave those out of it. So go ahead and get the bionic arm, the bionic eye, and the bionic leg. Trivia time, you had 2 pawns divorce, and I wanted to know why. Apparently there's some kind of checksum hash based on the pawns that decides if and when. Oh, interesting. Just like underneath there's just this predetermined they will divorce kind of thing after a certain point. Oh, I didn't hack this thing. Oh, yeah, I did. Yeah, we already hacked that. Alright, well, we got that. What is our next target going to be? We've got an item stash. I think we go for the item stash next. So once we're done slamming a whole bunch of stuff into Mohunrai. Okay, we got all the surgeries done. What we'll go ahead and do is we'll probably let them pull up the potatoes if it's not going to be too far off. You'll probably let them pull up some of that food. Oh, actually, we have a pretty full inventory, don't we? Never mind. I actually don't even need that food. I failed to see how many of these meals we've made over this time. Oh, right, I see. Because we're actually managing to get some fish pulled up. Oh, we murdered the fish population here. That's fair. How much longer do I have on the quest? The quest is a potential problem. 10 hours. Okay, so we wait till the guy gets out of here. When the guy gets out of here, we're going to switch everyone over to the vac suits. We're going to go up to space. We're going to hit the item cask, whatever. Get that sorted. But like I said, we're going to kind of bounce around between different things while we're waiting on research. Meanwhile, who was the one who was depressive? Oh, I still need to convert you. So like 2 more. There was a fish population? Yep. I'm pretty sure when we started it was like 20. And there is 12 fish left. And I'm pulling up a bunch of them all the time. Oh, that rabbit has chosen death. Below minimum fish population. We have done important work here, chat. Okay, so who was our depressive one? KLL. All right. So you... Well, first... you're up. Cannot load Imperial Shuttle. Incapable. Oh, right. It's based on warning. All right. Go get that person the shuttle. Get him out of here. I don't remember what we're getting for this. Oh, right. We were getting the medical skill trainer. So then we will take our second doctor. And we will tell them to ram that in their eye. And now they are a 14 doctor. Which puts them just a hair behind our best doctor. So at this point, both of them are very solid doctors. Alright, so it's looking like mood-wise, we are dealing with a bunch of stuff. Let's, what is the mood penalty bonus for the barrack? Extremely impressive barracks is 2. What are we saying about these? They're decent, mediocre, rather tight. For a bedroom, 21 is rather tight. Alright, you got carcinoma. We'll go ahead and say operate and remove that. Okay. So I've got those. Let's go to the stone cutting desk, even though I have no idea if that's gonna get done anytime soon. Alright, so they'll probably need to be stone tiled before we don't have a bunch of penalties. It is funny that everyone's gotten down to the point of hunting just because everything's done. Doing your first ancient stockpile, wish you luck. Long as you be careful about whoever's leading into the doors, it should be fine. Just gotta be careful that you don't walk someone into a hunter mine or whatever. Don't have people run around on their own either. It's pretty manageable. Shield belts save lives. But a Yayo, wake up. EMP launcher is taking point. I wonder if that'll be any good. Let me know how that goes. Because the EMP launcher has a very, very small range that it covers, and it's got pretty bad accuracy, which can be pretty rough. But I also have not tested it at all. You can't afford any of this. It's fine. I don't need it. Get out of here. Alright. Ancient installation for looting. That's fine. So, we don't really need anything else. Let's get everyone assigned to vac suits. And we're also going to go... copy. Rename. Spacefarer Melee. And then what we're going to do with these is Spacefarer Melee. When we look at utility, you are going to uncheck all those and check Shield Belt. And then if we go to Spacefarer, we will check Shield Belt. Not going to be surgery and anything, so we'll do all that. We're giving our chance, everyone, for all of our people to get themselves into their vac suits. Because then we're going to space to go hit an item cache. Just waiting on Randall Thor to wake up to put on their vac suit, and then we'll get going. And we should be good. Because we got tons of food. Alright, so we've got you. Uranium asteroid, jade, item cache. We're doing the item cache. But pretty much what we're looking at here is we are looking for potential recruits. We're waiting for, well, not waiting for, either waiting for research to get armor or opportunities to trade for armor, or anything like that. Make armor happen. Straightforward enough. Well, that's interesting. So there's no tunnel to the item cache. That's a new one. Can I get all the way over here? No. So that does mean our mining people are going to have to get to chopping apart a station, or chopping apart an asteroid. Deconstruct that. And we'll start by just trying to cut a straight on path right on through. And do we see any ore that matters in any way? We got that set to deconstruct. Okay. And I'm making it too wide, that way we can retreat in and out relatively easy. How is our power? We should be checking this. We are positive about 400 watts, so that's good. And we are actually, finally, after all this time, slowly starting to run ourselves out of plasteel. We have just about fully bionicked almost everybody. So we are going to be in the market for plasteel relatively soon, because once they get, like, cataphract armor or whatever researched, it's going to be a lot of plasteel to manage that. Now the good news is mechs give us a decent amount of plasteel. We can hit tiles and grab it. We could trade for it. Alright, that was straightforward. I figured it was going to be in there, it's just a matter of exactly where. Alright, grab everyone. Get them down here. And for our researchers, you start hitting that door. Okay, we had 150 units of milk delivered to the space platform. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Run, run, run. Okay. It's Wenlick is going to hit a Randall Thor and then just beelined right past him. Okay, a thing for making animals sentient. Not really what we're looking for. Nothing we care about. You start working your way down there. You'll mash in here. You start hacking that door. That's weird world gen, but okay. Okay, you don't need to hack that door anymore. Let's hack that one, then that one. EMPs are a good move. 6 elephants were not. Alright, so we got an electric pride revolver that has a 20% boost to accuracy, a 15% reduction to damage, and EMP rounds. So, hot garbage. We've got a deadly cougar, which has heavy rounds with 10% more damage and 2 stopping power. As a frag grenade launcher, and it takes a little bit longer to aim, and then the other crap we don't care about that much. So, unfortunately for these two, I'm not going to be using either of those unique weapons. I'd rather stick with what I already got. We'll grab them, just in case. Okay, looks like there's just a couple more rooms left of this place, and then we're done. Mech Resurrection Serum, come on. Venom Heavy SMG, Tox Rounds, Lightweight, Rapid Fire. Now we're talking. So the Tox Rounds are kind of cool, but Faster aiming, faster fire rate. That'll be a good one. So definitely want to bring that out of here. Yeah, and I'll probably have that replace the Nimble Delight. That's masterwork. What about you? You're the EMP one. We'll have you grab that. Because as long as the windup is on a minigun, I don't really want a whole team of miniguns. Because one of the downsides of them is if their target dies, it doesn't matter if they could keep firing and potentially hitting other stuff, they'll still stop. If you switch them target, they'll reset their entire aiming time. So they're really good when you're dealing with a target that's going to absorb a lot of firepower. But kind of crap otherwise. Alright, so you haul the custom Gatling back. I don't see any ore worthwhile down here, and we have fully cleared the area. So we'll do this. Safe. None. Component. None. So, literally just grab what little crap is left. Which is a couple packaged meals, really. Some Gravlite panels, and that. There's pretty close to nothing I actually care about back there. Alright, so where are we going from here? So I can go after this platform. It'd give me a grav core, which I really don't need that much. Oh, no, wait, I do need the grav core. Check that. I do need the grav core. I also realized you should not be making bionic stomachs. I don't need those. I have nuclear stomachs. And the reason I need the grav core is I still do actually need the jammer. So I'll need the signal jammer out here. Which does mean I'll probably want to get another grav core power cell to make power that much easier. I'm giving them a second to let them grab these meals and the, you know, whatever, like little bits of drugs and that there's in there. Then we'll go for the grav core so I can get the jammer. There was another grav core right by the hive mine, so we can go for that as well. And I happen to have a perfect spot right back here for a grav core power. Freshly made available by means of anti-grain warhead being detonated inside my storage room. Luckily, it was boxed in, so it really didn't destroy much. It took out just the school, like the school desk and the whiteboard and that, like right here, because all the rest of the wall was intact. It's just that one open side, so it trashed all the walls, but didn't compromise the actual goodies in here. Okay. So you got all the meals and all that. So no reason to hang around. There's nothing worthwhile here. So let's go get ourselves a grav core. So that wasn't bad. We got ourselves one good unique weapon. I didn't check to see if we grabbed the revolver on that. Honestly, I don't care. Those other two unique weapons were hot garbage. The submachine gun was pretty good, though. Basically having something that will cause pawns to be able to fight worse, and having a faster fire rate and more shots. All of that's good. Not as good as the one we had the first run, but still good. Okay. I'm assuming I can't, yeah, I can't scooch it all the way up, unfortunately. But I can do it like this. Because I'm trying to force, if we get a counterattack, that they have to come into my main area. Yeah, no, you can use the EMP. I usually just have someone with a shield run up and give it a smack. So we're immediately getting off and dealing with this. Meanwhile, as soon as you're done with that, this is certainly the appropriate time to talk about your religion. Okay. Alright, so I got a centipede right at the door, 3 scorchers, 2 lancers, 2 militars. I don't see a tesseron as far as I can tell. So it's not really that terrible. We can certainly make this work relatively fine. Let's scoot you all back. And that's actually, I was going to have Randall Thor run in there and pop that one real quick. I need you to move, Randall Thor. You're too far back. So idea straightforward. We jump on you. You were hitting the wall more than like anything. Interesting that the rest didn't aggro. Alright, you come my way. Come on. You saw it. I need to be clicking on the hammer down there and not right-clicking. Partially what's getting me in trouble. Just wreck it, Randall Thor. Doesn't need backup. Just smashing stuff in here. Alright, so get you all in position here. Let's have you pop all these containers. Donkey Duff can start hacking that. What's your deal? Why are you getting upset? Right, well, before you start hacking that, eat your packaged meal so you stop being upset about it. A fuel optimizer. Okay. Sure. Where am I shoving that? Because I'll take a second fuel optimizer. You can have 2, and that is 2. For right now, I'll tell them to install it in the ritual room, and we'll just move it later. Yeah, I figured there's gonna be Gravlite panels when there's a bunch of them. Okay, so get to hacking this. There we go. And you just got a bruise on your neck. So when you're done with... Oh, that door is just a regular door. I could have been having you pop this while it's going. Alright, come on. Mech Resurrection Serum. No. Advanced Components is fine, too. Alright. So we're gonna clear a good chunk of this base. Then we're gonna have to back off to let people eat and all that. So no loose mechs in here, but we do have you. We're just going by the fact that we have a ridiculous amount of firepower. I mostly had Randall Thor standing there in case the centipede popped out. I'd have Randall Thor run up and then everyone reposition. Ooh, that's several popping out at once. Testron's one of them. Simplex, move. Move, buddy. Okay. Nicely done. Get into position to support. Okay. So normally I haven't been clearing out all these little things, I've been circumventing these. But honestly, with the amount of firepower bringing... it's just easy enough to be like, yeah, we're killing it all. No point having all the unique weapons if we're not going to use them. Alright, reposition all of you down here. Okay, so I'm pretty sure this is going to be a hallway that goes around. I could be wrong in that, though, so let's double check it. I was not. And then this one will be a thing over here. And I still want to keep them to the side just so no one gets brained by a lucky shot off a gun. Alright, so... hack those doors. Oh man, there's a lot of doors. Okay. So... KLL, Infinity Simplex, Donkey Duff, and Randall Thor could all hack. So... hack. No path? Oh, you're already hacking that one. Infinity Simplex. KLL. And the rest of you get kind of centered just in case some random bot rolls in. Watch me open then, like every one of these rooms has like 4 centipedes in it and I just unleash death on myself. Alright, and that'll probably be time to back. I'm starting to see some people get pretty upset. Okay, we've got the trees that give us air. Oh, right, was this... no, this was the grav core. This was in the item station. Glitter World, okay. So you tell them to go up and out. Okay, so people can take care of themselves real fast. Cool. We can go here, orders, allow everything. Major break risk on Randall-Thor. That's fine. So we're gonna go ahead and do here is I'm gonna destroy that shelf, and I'll put the fuel optimizer back there. Because that'd be our 2 fuel optimizers. We can't do more with that, and that should help reduce the amount of crafting I have to do to keep our ship fueled, which is good, because I got 1 crafter in the whole colony. I'm low-key hoping we end up having a raid or something, and I can snag people off of it. This room looks like it might be the final room for the place, where we find the goodies, but you never know. I haven't done enough of these to have a really proper feel. Got a triple rocket launcher? Nice. I actually don't end up keeping the triple rockets and the Doomsday much. They're very useful, especially against siege raids. But for whatever reason, when I'm running around trying to manage my stuff, and I need to ditch something, or I need just a little more money, they end up being one of those ones I get rid of first. Alright, so the bionic stomach I made by mistake. I don't actually need that. Honestly, with the Masterworks, we're going to go ahead and get rid of all these charge weapons. There's a busted up flak thing. Medicine and components, I'll take those. Let's see, is it worthwhile to do other stockpiles if you find the GravCore panels in the first one? Yeah, because you can find unique weapons, and like these crates in here, the hermetic crates you find down there, those can give you Glitter World, or not Glitter World, I mean they can give you Glitter World, you can see it right there. But they can also give you, like here's an example, we got Glitter World on that one, we've got the Archeon Seeds, which to me are just money. They're very useful if you're doing like a colony where you're staying one place. But also you can get Mech Resurrection Serum from those. So they do have a lot of good stuff on their loot table. They also have stuff that's less amazing. Oh wow, so there's good loot in the rest? There can be, to be clear. It's not a guarantee. There can be good loot in there. Sometimes you'll have some that are a little bit of a dud, but if you hit 3 of them, your odds are you're going to pull at least 1 good item out of there. Whether it's a good unique weapon, or some, a good stack of Glitter World, or, something. Probably something in that $2,000 to $3,000 value range. Yeah, no, and that's the thing. And once you know how to tackle them, they're not that dangerous. Generally, the bigger danger is you're down there dealing with that, and a big raid that's going to attack immediately pops in, and now you're out of position, and you got to decide how you're tackling that. That's kind of the biggest threat I found from them, is just, if you go while you're eligible for a raid to happen, like how that plays out. So that's going to be our fuel optimizer. It took less than one half your dudes went forth of the elephants. Yeah. Now, if you got a force, you can split it. It's not a thing I've done. You've probably noticed I almost always send everybody in and keep them grouped. I don't know that that's necessarily a good idea, because, again, I always have the option, if I didn't do that, to, at a minimum, abandon them and save the rest of the colony. Because, like, for example, if I'm down here doing stuff and we have a raid drop in here or a mech cluster drop in there, suddenly I'm in a really bad spot that I just got to figure out how to work with it. And that's actually what's cost me 1 or 2 of the colonies since Odyssey came out, was just being in a situation where I was in the middle of something and a threat dropped between me and safety, and just not being able to manage it. There's also been times where they've dropped between me and safety and I just obliterated them. It was like, cool. Nice to have you. Alright, how are you doing? Are you all sleepy? Nah, looks like we're good. Alright, so get back in here. We got work to do. Because I'll work this back area, and we clear the whole thing, great. If not, then the next one will just go in from this side. Okay, so what do we have in here? I got a Scyther, I got a Tesseron, I got a Scorcher, and I got at least 2 Militars. We got a turret in the corner here. So let's go grab all of our range. Let's dump them back here. You doing okay there, buddy? Nicely done. That was a lot of riding around in circles to not do anything. Okay, do we have fire foam pack ready? Get back into position. Oh, wait, yeah, so let's see if they'll follow the bait and come get me. Go get the Militar. Hop. Go get the Sentry Gun. And Fanny Simplex, you got good news? Good news is good. More advanced components. I'm not unhappy about all those advanced components. Hey, here, we'll just get you in position to let them shoot it. It's just faster. Okay, just repositioning each closer, so we got the chain shotguns available. I got worried there when it wasn't going down. Okay, that's an interesting room. Yeah, no, sadly it's just vac suits for the most part. Okay, so we got a Scorcher here. A Militar down, 3 Militars down there. And we don't have a good angle on that, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to back off that for a second. Now, that's all sucks. Because it's all narrow hallways here. Yeah, let's back off over here. We'll pop this door. I'll see if I can't get a better room to work around there, so I'm not trying to put everyone in line where they're going to friendly fire each other. Okay, didn't immediately pop out. Get into this corner real fast. Don't you dare. Bonk. Okay. So we can have you start hacking that, and you start hacking this. You run down here. Okay, we don't have to aggro all that. This will probably be a hallway with tunnels and all that. That's good. Get you in position over here. Stop trying to go around. That's how you die. Got some Lucy. And a big old Bumpkus. Okay, that room is terrifying. Alright, so we got 3 Cyclops, we got 2 Tesserons, a Inferno, a Pikeman, 2 Scorchers, Sentry Gun. So the big problem there is all the fire. So that we can get into from this side. Let's get the heck away from that room right now. And keep mopping up in the surrounding area. We can go down here. Grab you and mash you into this hallway. We got drop pods. They do contain nothing. Let's have you all drop back. Because if that came all the way in, I would go and sit there and start smashing. What I mean by all the way in is if, like, if we got to the point where they're getting over here, I'd try and jump on them really fast, just knock it out before I had a chance to react. Okay, so we can have you all go here. We can have you get into position here. That's probably tunnels. It is. Okay. So we got a Scorcher and 2 Militars. So what we're going to go ahead and do is scooch you all over here. Pop that door. Let's wake him up. Alright, those are going towards my ship. So you're all playing catch up to try and get to it before it gets to the ship. Randall Thor's gonna sneak up behind this one and give it a good thwack. Actually, where are you going? Where are you going? Okay, that's all fine. So, Randall Thor could stay on that. You all go and start doing your self-care. Soccer match 7-0 wipeout. Oh, yeah. No, growing up, I played a lot of soccer, and I remember those ones. Where are you going, Militar? Militar's like, I don't want it, man. I don't want it. I know what you did to my friends. Bonk. But you weren't fast enough. Okay, so give everyone a chance to heal up. And then we're going to hack this door. I'll actually queue that door up to be hacked. We'll hack that door, because all I've got left in this place is to basically push through there. We also have this room, now I think about it. There's nothing here I really care about right now. So just to make sure no one runs through there, we'll lock it off. Major break risk on who? Just because drowsy, disturb, sleep, all that. Okay. Yes, this room's a bit of a mess. They've got a lot of fire and Cyclopses. The Cyclopses, as long as you keep them from charging up, aren't too bad. But in some of these fights where you get tied up where you have to keep the centipede locked down, you just see that Cyclops winding up its gun, so you try and hit the centipede and run away real fast. And sometimes, because you're in melee, you get that slowing effect that melee does on you, and you just catch a couple of hits. Hey, what's your deal? You're hauling stuff? Good enough for me. If you're hauling stuff, let's get back in here. So start hacking that door. Okay, get you into position here. Alright, so. Who is our one to cause some long-range trouble? You are. So the idea here is straightforward. We grab all of our people, we shove them in a corner. Ultimax here tries to take opportunity targets. Where we can get a pikeman or something to pop around a corner. We could probably kill it before it could do much. Okay. You did your job. Back off. Go here, go here, go here. Please, 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 please. Okay. I need to back off. I need to back off. Pop the flare pack. You need to back off again. Get back into position. You're no longer on fire. Okay, we got the Cyclops. Alright, Cyclops is down. Everyone reposition. Murder the hell out of that. Okay, you got good news that you went from 142.4 pounds to 147. You found out that the problems you're having with the Foundation wasn't derivative of your heavy mod use, but once it was due to a bug that affected players using the same graphics card. Ah, so it was like a bad driver or just like some interaction between the game and a driver. You know, that kind of thing. Alright, so you genuinely took a lot of hits. You almost lost your legs. What's your moving speed? Just get out of here. Where? Eat your meal and get out of here. And grab panels. Okay, that's fine. Alright, so with all that said, I'm gonna tell them no to this door. And that door for right now. Okay, so I got the one gun down there, and a couple of mechs in here, and otherwise I got the place fully cleared. And you are in a daze because of serious pain. Which is fair. Because genuinely they broke almost all of your everything. That's because the vac suit does not exactly give you great defense. But honestly, I'm not too worried. You have very fast healing, even if you don't get to the bed. Almost none of those are bleeding wounds. So your risk of infection is pretty minimal. You did a test run of Foundation without mods tomorrow, and tomorrow, oh boy, you'll load it down with mods. Yep. Shelter for aristocrats, you're willing to give me a legendary assault rifle, which is pretty fun. And let's get you converted. Cool, everyone's on the same ideology. Oh, we can help out a bunch of our situation. Dumping stockpile here. Regular stockpile there. Vacuum exposure on Randallthor. I can't do anything about that. You're just going to have to figure it out on your own. That's interesting. Even though they're still on a break, they went to the hospital bed. And I'll queue that up for whenever we get that grav core, because that's where we get the grav core from. We've already cleared out everything but that. That's pretty much waiting for Randallthor. He'll just run up, bop it. That'll be that. The other four can just, the other everybody can just run in here as one big group and should be able to shred literally anything that could possibly be in here. So speaking of which, all of you, you can just run over here and mop that up. Glad that didn't pop out when the first one came. That was the only way that could have been dangerous. Alright, just like that, that is another room with all the mechs destroyed. Okay, so we're just basically waiting on Randallthor to be back in action. And then Randallthor will just run on down here, smack that one sentry in the corner. Because I could send them, and honestly, they'd probably get through that, maybe not even taking a hit, or like one hit. But there is always that chance that you just take that one little corner, and the first person steps out, and their brain's gone. And Deathless won't help you if your brain gets popped. Everything else it'll protect you, but your brain gets popped. And that's that. It's fine. They got a whole lot of mechs to drag back in here for me to have Earth Rush rip apart one after the other. Medical emergency on Randallthor. Why do you... Oh, because you're in a mood break and you're not getting your Luciferum. That's kind of garbage. I have Luciferum. Like, I have tons of Luciferum. Could you stop being broken before your Luciferum need kills you? Because I really don't want to arrest you. And that said, I don't think they die immediately if they have the unmet need. I think they'll eventually go berserk. But unless they get... Okay, they're going right for the Luciferum. Good job, Randallthor. You know what's good for you. Going right for the drugs the moment you've got your wits about you. And meanwhile, before anything else can happen, I'm going to have you break the stuff in here. Because then we're clear to just pull out mechs, tear them apart. And just like that, it is cleared. Please don't leave a granite chunk in the door. Alright, and also checking ship's good. Yeah, all the internal parts of the ship have air. Yep, so just basically grabbing all the mechs, dragging them over here so we have quick access to them. And then Earth Rush will just shred them all. There's a good number in there, and that's a lot of steel, a lot of components, some plasteel. I'm not going to say a lot of plasteel, but some plasteel. Alright. Working all this. We can also send mechanoid drop pods if there's anyone we need to boost standings with. Everyone's doing alright, though. We're allied with everyone but the non-permanent hostile factions. Well, some of them we've been letting them drop down because I stopped setting the quest to give me that. So Legendary Assault Rifle is pretty solid. The gold to be nice and all that. The low shield pack is pretty decent. Unfortunately, I think we're going to be here before we get that, so we're going to go ahead and ditch that one. I can't accept it while in space. And it'd be good to try and get what materials I can out of these mechs. We're still getting our research done. I think that'll also free up our other crafter. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so it frees up Ultimax to sit here and finally process that wood into chem fuel. So that'll be good. Then plus, if we get an actual threat, we could just ditch. Okay, we got the extra power. So at this point, I've got 1,400 extra power. We had one thing I had turned off. Where was the thing I turned off? I turned you off. We can leave all that on. Literally nothing needs to be turned off anymore. I've got power to spare. And that means the next GravCorp becomes the jammer. We'll just shove that right over here. And at that point, we'll have all the tech required to be able to do the hive mind. And then again, my hope here is we'll be able to start getting this recon armor and all that done. So that'll actually have armor to go do it where we're not going to be taking some pretty bad casualties because vac suits suck. And all the rest of that's chunks. We don't care about that. The centipede's the big one. That's the one I believe will give me a little bit of plasteel. Yeah, so yeah, just a little bit of plasteel. Still. It's giving me a good amount of steel. We're up to almost 4,000 again. Each one's probably giving me like 50, whatever, 20, 50, whatever steel, depending on if it's a smaller mech or a bigger one. When we clear that stuff out, we'll leave because there's nothing else for us. Everyone else is idle looking for something to do. I just don't think it's worth it to. Limestone meteor. That's fine. Yeah, if we manage to get a construction person in here, that would free up Ultimax to craft. Could haul them on the ship? Yeah, I could. Honestly, it's close enough that I'm just gonna let them churn it out. We're not looking at much time to get it done. Starflight Basics. Okay. It's still fine. We're looking at our list of research left, and I've got hydroponics. So this whole time, our random research just does not believe in hydroponics. A bounty of Davies. So the thing is, I'm pretty sure I already have 2 pilot subpersonic cores. Yep, so I can't physically use that. You're only allowed to have 2. So we now have there are 2, both of our fuel optimizers. We still haven't had the opportunity to grab the shield one, because those could be very useful. I don't know how we would arrange this for it, because with the shield one, you want it far enough back that like you could shoot out, and then the shield just barely covers past your melee or whatever. All right, with that, we are done here. So we're gonna start moving ourselves over towards the other grav core. So we're gonna have to go land on the ground. I'm seeing if there's any caches or stashes or anything else we haven't already hit. And if there is, we'll hit them. If not, we'll just go someplace else. Yeah, at that point, like, it's not worth me staying way back here. Oh, we got a bunch up here. That's also worth checking. Ancient warehouse. Weapon stockpile. Yeah, so we go way up here for the weapon stockpile. That's probably what we're doing. Is that where we started our colony? I feel like that's... Did we start in a glow forest? I honestly don't remember. I'm just looking at that and it has like the actual "you built a colony here" mark as opposed to the other one.
Ooh, hankering for education, are we?
What's the name of the mod that lets you follow your pawns around? Oh, it's like, Follow Me, I think is the name of it. Alright, so let me go ahead and... Yeah, the weapon stockpile looks like that'll be good. We can hop over there. That'll give us stockpile we can get some goodies out of. It moves us in the direction towards the hive mind and the other grav core that we're going to be snagging. Not a straight line, because I need to be more west, but, you know, pretty solid. Okay. Now, the last time we did the hive mind, I stole its power, kind of thing. Which was interesting, but utterly useless for my purposes. Where is... Okay, it's over there. Yeah, it's gonna be very inefficient. And I'm fine with it. It does mean if someone goes to attack me, they gotta wade through the water to get to me. Cave entrance. Okay. So start hacking. Check into whatever the heck that was in just a second. Alright, we've got carcinoma. And check everything like uranium, gold, ancient dangers. Pop that, because it's hollow over there. There's some silver there that's a little sketch for us to go after. Steel down there that I probably shouldn't have any business going after. Yeah, steel's just way too far away. Okay, with all that, we're not going to worry too much about the rest of this. We can go ahead and put a little fishing spot off of here. Any plasteel? Didn't see any plasteel. Okay, so you got locked out, that's fine. Actually, for that matter, don't even fish out there. You can just fish inside the safety of the ship's like little ports here. You don't have to worry about putting yourself out. Alright, so Ultimax is waiting for surgery. Are you going to do this? Oh, you're set to, That's fine. Just set it for all of it. I got tons of that medicine. I shouldn't be being so frugal on it. Like, literally all of these shelves are mostly the blue medicine. Somewhere I've got stacks and stacks and stacks of the green medicine. I shouldn't... Oh, no, never mind. It's actually getting low because it's probably rotting away. Alright, meanwhile, you've got the bionic leg and eye. If you're down, do you need a bionic leg or eye? We can go ahead and slap in the bionic eye while we're here. And I give you a bionic heart. And you can have the bionic leg. And you can have the bionic ear. I'm doing too many of those back to back, but that's whatever. Honestly, by the time they get through them all, that'll be a whole thing. Okay, and just like that, we got the bionic ear, which will help with the social. You got the bionic heart, which isn't super important. But, I mean, honestly, with everything else going on, why not? You got the bionic ear, and then we got a bionic leg. I believe it's that they help with their listening. Or hearing. If I recall correctly, hearing does help with social. Because I think it was hearing and talking were the two that are applied to social. I could be wrong in that. Confusion due to anesthetic. That's reasonable. Hey, look at you, being useful and, like, you're sick, you're not feeling good, so you're throwing up in the ocean. I really appreciate you trying to keep the ship clean there. Plus, you got 4 raids from 2 different factions within 1 minute of each other today, and spawned a War Queen on top of them. It was really funny seeing Randy deal with his own problems. Yeah, and that was, there's a clip of the one where he had 2 factions, like, the whole big force just fighting down there. And I'm just like, you know, watching it was like a group of Impids, and I can't remember what the other group was. I think it was Wasters. And you're just watching fire going in all directions and tox smoke going out. I was like, man, I have no idea who's winning this fight. There's a whole lot kicking off here, and I cannot make heads or tails of what I'm seeing. It's like there's just stuff being thrown all over the place. And then they had a drop pod group right behind me, which surprisingly, like, in the clip, you see me going, oh no, it's like, I think we're dead, because, like, I had moved away from my main base down to, like, kind of the checkpoint and all that. And the group that dropped in was like, here's my main base, and then this is, like, bad cover the whole area there. and then there's like the guards for going down to where the main fight was. And so they're like kind of between me and my base, and I'm like, I have no cover. Like they have my defensive position, numbers, and better guns and everything. And it's I managed to like kite them out and around, went all the way to the other side of my base to get to my defensive position, and just picked at them the whole way around. But there was definitely a stage of just they're shooting at you and you're just running, hoping it, nobody dies. Alright, so get down in there. Let's start popping this thing. Hold that thought. Cancel that. Cancel that. Get back out. We were about to do a done goofed. Get back on the ship. Assignments. Melee. Anything. Get your actual armor back on, please. Let's make sure we got the proper defenses before we go schlepping around down below and someone take a shot to the face without proper helmet or something. Okay, so we're basically waiting on Randall-Thor to switch their gear up, and then Infinity Simplex. I think that's probably a Masterwork helmet. No, that's just good. That's the Masterwork. I'll say the Masterwork helmet sometimes will be just better than the more appropriate type of helmet just because it's that much of a better version. That's fine. Giving everyone a chance to get all their stuff flipped over. Shambler Assault. 86 Shamblers. Alright. So the good news here is we are in the water where they're going to not be able to move as fast. If we're quick, we can get ourselves to that side of the ship. I have multiple layers of doors that we can just open fire into this group, and then as they start closing in, start pulling ourselves back. So we're gonna have you. It's raining though. Yeah, but the raining doesn't really hurt as much when you're rocking miniguns into very large groups. Why are you moving so slow? Oh, it's just because water. Okay, so we're telling them to hold the door. Oh no, that's right. Okay. I'm right here shooting nearby. Okay. Start dropping back. Simplex. 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 Buddy. I know you really want to shoot them really bad. Let me get more of you in here. That'll be how far I can go before friendly fire becomes a big problem. Why are you just all beelining into the building? I'm right here. Okay, so they're banging on that wall. The good news is it's plasteel, so it takes some hits. The bad news is they're circumventing me. I really don't want to try and push up too much here. I'm hoping you can get an angle. I'm glad I made those out of uranium. Because they're at least mitigating some of the damage they could do if they just got in there. Okay, how much is left in the door? Door's not quite done. Grab all of you. Get you into position as fast as you can. We got a couple more seconds before they breach that. Alright. I didn't actually want you to run in there, but I will take it. Okay. Time to move up to the next choke point. Because we got one that's keep going up and down over there. Alright. That is a colossal mess. This is a Shambler assault. Honestly, going smoothly. Like, all things considered, went really, really smoothly. They did break through that area. Disease, lung rot, you are standing on a giant mound of corpses. That does not surprise me at all. Okay, so these Shamblers, yeah, get them out of here. The ones in the water, leave them in the water. Close that door. So yeah, all things considered, one bruise the leg, lung rot, and everyone else is fine. They did manage to break a uranium door, and that's partially my fault. They did break through this wall here, and otherwise, just a couple of little holes in the wall here and there. So really, for 86 Shamblers... Oh my god, please stop trying to put that roof on. Okay. I'm glad we set up in the water. Plasteel helps. Oh yeah, no, I don't regret that at all. It's 7 plasteel per tile, which is a bit of a steep price. But all things considered, could certainly be worse. Hey... Don't. Disease, lung rot. Okay, they're all unknown, so we don't have to worry about that. To be fair, that's a reason to not put your engine on the internal side, which I'm assuming is not really something they want you doing anyways. Where are you going? You are hauling bodies. There's gonna be a lot of long rot in our future. Make a large dumping pile? We've got it. They just need time to move it. These ones I'm just leaving there because they're already in the water. Yep, that's fine. A little bit of lung rot for everybody. That's okay. We just need to practice our medical real bad. Yeah, and as I was just getting ready to do the stockpile, and then that garbage showed up. I was like, hang on, wait a second. Let's deal with this other problem. Okay, so that's all closed off, so I don't need to worry about that for right now. A bunch of these corpses are vanishing because they don't have a whole lot to health to begin with, and they are sitting in water. Okay, we've got the holes in the ship sealed. That's good news. Another candidate for the lung rot crew. I'm just openly accepting that almost everyone's getting lung rot. That's just too many bodies in too many places for me to want to deal with microing it. They're getting them out of there. They're doing their job. Grace is getting it done. With that said, chat, give me just a minute. I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real fast. I'll be back here, and I'll see you all in just a couple minutes. So thank you again for tuning in.
And now, let's talk about what you've got under there. Holy
Haha! You are impressed by my ceremonial weapons. Each of these weapons have drank their fill of blood in ceremonial combat, or of the blood of those who tried to remove them from me. Did I stutter? The blood of those who tried to remove them from me stains these weapons. Ha! You are indeed brave, little one. Brave and stupid. Let the combat commence. Kapla!
Don't get mad at me. Stop. This is okay. Alright, I'm sorry. Hey. Tynan? That's not okay, man. Very clearly this isn't my fault. Oh, it's not even... The worst thing is it's not even the darkness hurting them. They walked into the 2 tiles of fire, and they are dying in the fire. And I'm losing my entire reputation with them, all the way from 98. The whole way down. We were allied with them. We are no longer allied with them. I want to clarify, murdering that person, just straight out murdering them, is not... What just happened that didn't wake us? What on earth was that? That was terrifying. Alright, and we are back. Okay, yeah, so we got how many people with lung rot right now? That's 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. You're probably gonna get it. Does that make you immune to lung rot? Note, the Toxifier run prevents lung rot in this lung. Negates your... Okay. Yeah, so definitely want to get those. They're on the queue, it's just, I got a bajillion things to make. We got the Cave Coalition has a trade caravan showing up. Yeah, so we got a couple bodies left up here, and then all the bodies are off the ship. Oh, you can go grab that 20 bioferrite. And the shard. Let's see here. You're having a party, so I'll let you go ahead and do that for the mood bonus, since all of you probably have all the stacks. Oh, hey, you got reset back to that. Alright, so let them finish their party. We're going to do the trade caravan. Then we'll be pretty close to ready to go back down there. Yeah, all in all, we didn't really lose much of anything to that. Like, people got sick. But considering it was 86 Shamblers, that went really smoothly. I'm surprised they hit that wall. I was actually expecting them to kind of channel into me. Them hitting this plasteel wall really worked out as well. Because that plasteel wall has 1,400 health. I genuinely wonder if they were spreading their attacks out, like they didn't focus on one tile. If the, like, day or so, 18 hours or whatever the Shambler Assault zombies are alive, or the Shamblers are, if they would actually be able to break a plasteel wall before their time ran out. Ooh, the Penny-Oxalin we're actually getting low on. I'm gonna have to make them go the other way. What was the notice that came through? Oh, I could check. I don't think I saw anything important, but I can double check it. Okay, so we can get rid of that book. We're done with that. We've got our heart that we did remove because we replaced it with a bionic one. Ancient Insulation. Let's see. Just that we had a party. Because Shambler Assault, a whole lot of Lung Rot, the War Merchant, a party, and then just now we got information about a new location. Alright, so before we get too far, now that we got the correct armor, let's pop on down in here and start working on this. Okay. So you pop that. Donkey Duffy, you start hacking that door. The Shambler Assault? What does it say? It's a Shambler Assault. It's 87 Shamblers approaching, and that they will, that they contains a Gore Hulk. It's just an event. It's the same event that has been there the whole time. The big difference between the Shambler Assault and, like, the regular Shambler's approach is the Shambler Assault, they do just beeline towards your base and start smashing walls. A Charge Lance and Assault Rifle of excellent quality, but nothing special otherwise. It said something about attacking storage? No, it doesn't say anything about that. It says some unnatural forces animating lifeless corpses. They intend to attack your colony. As they exhaust their strange energy, they will begin to collapse within hours. Oh, I did not pay attention. Okay, so Randall Thor got one little zap to the arm. It's so easy to miss the wasps. Go smack it. Go smack it. Alright. I believe you are one of my people who could do that kind of stuff. Yeah, no, you're all good. That's one of those things that the events like that, they never change, really. Okay, and all of you can run up here to get in position. Yeah, so not seeing any component boxes or anything like that. All right. Well, I was gonna have you go the other way for safety reasons, but you know, you already did it, so I guess it doesn't matter. Honestly, just stay up here. By the time I run all the way to the other side to hit the other door, it'd be time to be back here anyway, so we'll just stay up here. Should be getting pretty close to done, maybe 2-3 more rooms at the most. Because I suspect that'll end in 1 or 2 rooms, and this one's probably the last room. Alright, I'm just wrong. Okay. And meanwhile, all of you work your way down there. Orbital beam targeter. That's fine. Okay, we're about to get down here. This is probably the last one. Did I miss an R box? I mean, I saw that one. I'll check it in a minute. Okay, so we got that all clear. So let's go ahead and do this. So we have safe. None. We have component box. There it is. There's the one you're talking about. Alright. I still wish those component box specifically were easier to see. Alright, now with that we can go boom. Exit. Everyone leaves. Items. Grab this package survival meals. I'm just gonna leave the insect jelly. Yeah, all those boxes were only 5 components combined. So... There are more component boxes? Yeah, we already popped them. Because we got that one open, and there was another one that was down here somewhere. Regardless, it was 5 components for all of that. So honestly, I'm not even that worried about the components. Advanced component boxes are worth a little bit more. The component boxes, sure they add up. I'm not gonna like go out of my way to skip them or anything. But like if I miss one, it's out of the way. It's a component or 2. I mean, we go stone cutting bench. Alright, and everyone just needs a minute to get stuff done. That was a very underwhelming weapons cache. We're just going to give Ultimax a chance to repair the ship, get past our lung rot real quick. And then when it's all said and done, we will head on to the next thing. They'll give me a chance to put like 1 or 2 more bionics in people, make some more progress on our research, all that kind of nonsense. How many batteries do I still have? 3? That's probably fine. Medical treatment needed for your lung rot. Okay, well, let's begin. Wait, do we have everyone on the same? Oh, right! We added a whole extra, the last reform. I kept skipping that one because I'm like, no, I've already got one. Sure, we'll let them keep treating their lung rot real fast, and once that's done, go ahead and do one of these parties to just boost the mood. Kind of keep a revolving door of party time. That's fine. Unforgettable. Cool. Yep, and they already got all stuff pulled in from the cache. We are using a lot of medicine on that, but I'm also noticing these shelves are still pretty much full up on medicine. There's more lung rot. Oh, next bionic eye we're giving it to Earth Rush. I forgot that you had a scratched eye. The big thing now is honestly just components. We finally reached the point where we don't have a big mountain of components available, because I got them all over the map. But it's as fast as I retrieve them, we need more. I think it'd be interesting to build a colony that's entirely on the bay. It's like a map like this where you have like the water on all sides. The mechs popping out of the water when that happens, that rare event, those could get pretty spicy. But it'd be a fun defensive position. On the other hand, it still works against you as well, because if you get like a siege thing set up here, you gotta muck through the water after them too, but that's fine. Gainder's making more meals because we're getting more fish. Nebula space dock. Don't we have stuff for our relic that we completely ignored? There is. I actually have stuff for the relic. Okay. We could technically do that. I don't have a place to put the relic things, though. High psychic drone. Honestly, get me the hell out of here. That'll be like our 4th or 5th high psychic drone this stream today. I'm getting pretty tired of high psychic drone. Alright, let's go down here. That'll let me get my jammer. We need to switch over to our vac suits, though. Okay. And that puts us in range of the mech hive. We'll probably putz around here again until we can get some armor going, because I'm a little concerned about trying to do the mech hive purely in vac suits. Deathless will let me get away with a lot of stuff, especially with the fact that the fires don't tend to stay burning in space. Just, like, so it eliminates a lot of the things that can permanently kill our pawns, other than being brained. Okay, so mechanoid platform. Okay. So with that, assignment, Spacefarer melee, Spacefarer, all that. Schedule indoors and stay there until you get your vac suits on, and then we start popping this thing off. And with that, that should be all I need to build the signal jammer. Did you not want to put on your vac suits if that's what's going on right now? Okay. I also like when we get to the better armor, like the Marine and Cataphract and all that, because then I don't really have that big of a need to make them swap their armor. Yeah, the Cataphract has a movement speed penalty, and that can, like, be a death by 1,000 cuts inefficiency thing. But not that big a deal. Alright. So let's start hacking our way in here. Okay. I see the box. Oh, there's a Militar up there, there is a Scyther, and then there is the Mini Slugger. There's another Militar over there. Alright, get in there, champ. Alright, that's an archive thing for if I wanted to get more people deathless. I've got a bunch of space. Does marine armor keep you safe in space? Yes, it does a pretty good job. Its only shortcoming is it doesn't give you as much temperature resistance. So there's not straight up better than the vac suit, but genuinely, I'm more concerned about the vacuum of space and all that more than just raw temperature. Okay. So everyone who isn't Donkey Duh, piling up here. Okay. Got one cut to the leg. Come on. I keep really hoping for a mech serum. A legendary book. Infinity. I don't know why you gotta be a rebel, man. One of these times they're gonna lose track of it, Faye. They're gonna go beeline into the next room and go right into the arms of a couple of Scythers or a Lancer or something. Just okay. So that's let's see, 2 pikemen, a Tesseron, a Cyclops, sentry over there. There's probably a Militar I'm not seeing. Honestly, that's not as bad as it first looked to me. It's mostly just the Cyclops Tesseron combo I'm worried about. Okay. More Luciferum is always nice. And how are you doing? Just the leg hit right now.
Thank you Leafy Pew for subscribing for 8 months.
And thank you, Leafy Pew, for the tier 1.
I have a button.
You do have a button. Thank you, Leafy Pew, so much for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. Been subbed to the channel for 8 months. That's a heck of a long time, so thank you so much for the continued support. Oh, I have one of those that still has an enemy in it. Drop back there. Because I also need to give the shield belt a chance to recharge, so we're going to go ahead and let that happen. But thank you so much for the continued support. I hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that good stuff. Alright, so let's go ahead and blast that. I had not waited for that to recharge, which is a dangerous thing to do. That's going to be another hallway. So we're getting close to having the whole area cleared. Okay, so that's the final room. This will be another hallway. This will be another room probably with the pods in it. Or a whole lot of nothing. Eclipse we don't care about. Alright, for the rest of you, start working your way out. You start working your way out. Because we need them to rest up, get their food, get their air, all that stuff. What are you doing? Why are you so slow? I don't know. Okay, orders allow all. Okay. So drop pods are all empty. Alright, so I got 1, maybe 2 rooms over here, 1 room there, and then this room. And in this room, it doesn't look too bad. I got 3 pikemen, 3 scorchers, a scyther, 5 militars, 1 sentry gun in the corner. I'm not seeing any tesserons or centipedes or any of the stuff that really concerns me. Oh, there is a tesseron. I see 1 tesseron. But no cyclopses or centipedes or anything that's really dangerous. So relatively minor. And we'll let everyone get their lung rot treated. Alright, so we're gonna want to get a drop pod loaded up for the Butha clan to make sure they stay friends. And what's your deal? Why are you upset? Serious pain. That's partly because of the lung rot and all that. Okay, letting everyone have a chance to sleep, do all that stuff. Yeah, so honestly with this one, it's mostly just the fire. I actually don't feel very threatened by that room. It sure could result in a bunch of injuries, but the odds of someone actually dying in there is pretty low. Especially with Deathless, it would have to be something like the Scyther getting lucky and decapitating someone. It's not that it couldn't happen, but the odds are pretty well in my favor. Alright, so we've got everyone mostly sorted. Alright, let's get up here. Actually, we'll start by checking these last two rooms. There's a Scyther and a couple of Militars. I was really hoping it was going to one and stun the Scyther. Okay, well the Scyther got some solid hits on that arm, almost took it off. Come on. So I think we'll actually back off just to play it safe and not lose an arm for no reason. Okay, so you can go deal with that. Because, yeah, that arm was down to 2 health. Wouldn't have been the end of the world, but would have been a little obnoxious. Hack that. Hack this. You all go back to the station. Or the ship. Just do stuff. Archotech leg. Okay. So checking on you. You do have a leg made. I'm willing to prioritize Earthrush getting the Archotech. They run back and forth a lot. Alright, so good news, already halfway healed up. We're also having the lung rot starting to drop off finally. Last something like 5, 6, 7 days at the absolute max. And we're not going to bother doing surgery up here in case we need a fight. I'd rather do surgery on a ground tile where we got options. Or if we get to the point where I've defeated everything, we're just doing cleanup, then I'll do surgery. Okay. So I basically got the whole place cleared except that area back there. For fighting this room, that door gives me more opportunities than this one because that's the narrow hallway. And we have a narrow hallway there. They are going to be able to try and flank us. And I think that is going to happen. And I don't think there's really a whole lot I could do. I don't think there's a whole lot I could do to prevent that. What I can try and do is something like this. So that at least if they go down this way, they've got no shot. They have to come from here or here. Which, you know, this being that side. So I think it's just one of these ones where we pop this door. Okay, they got sorted. Get to this side, actually. The site they're leading is good. I want you to move forward. I want you to move forward really badly. You need to get back. Pop that. Randall, get back a little. I don't want you shooting again. You go through shields. Okay. And you get in here. I'm trying to get into position for these. And you've almost got the rest of the room cleared, so... Alright, so it's got a Cyclops in it, a two Militars, and I think that's it for that room. And go here, do that. Schedule, you're unrestricted now. Alright. So this should be straightforward. Smash that thing right in the mouth. Actually, you go after the one they don't have a shot on. And with that, it's all sorted. Okay, can allow everything. We can go, so we can't see those doors. Allow all those doors to hold open, and those doors to hold open. And they're scheduled to go where they need to go. So they'll do their self-care, they'll start dragging the mechs and all that back here to be shredded, all that good stuff. So dumping stockpile, there you go. Regular stockpile, here you go. And everyone's coming back here for their lung rot treatment. Which is good. Still doing great in the blue medicine. We've been very, very abusive on it, but that's okay. Yeah, I still have 348. I don't need to be sweating it. We're just... Oh, I have you turned off. I forgot these are turned off. That's still fine. Yeah, so you got the bionic leg. Okay. So I got people running around doing their stuff. Earthrush is getting dibs on the Archotech. So you can say operations. Install Archotech leg left. And install bionic leg left. And then I believe, as long as no one fails any surgeries, that'll be it for the bionic legs, because KLL is a body purist. If we put a bunch of that stuff on, they'll be inconsolable. And now here's where KLL goes to do the surgery. And then they fail it, and they manage to decapitate Earthrush, making it so Deathless doesn't save them. Okay, maybe it didn't go that way, but that's fine. They got the Archotech leg now. Craze Cure is getting the bionic leg. And that'll be another one of the things we're giving everyone that we've got everyone all hooked up with. And we're getting the signal jammer built now, which is why we came here, was for the grav core for that. Meanwhile, our people are just going to run around, grab the grav light panels. Honestly, at this stage, because we have maxed out our ship, I literally cannot put down more tiles. That honestly could be what we do to boost our stuff. So you're at 33. Hey, Bootha. Do you like grav light panels? I feel like you just like a big sky pile of grav light panels to land on your head. Alright, so with that, we have all the equipment literally required for doing the Mind Hive. So now it's just a matter of, right now I don't have good armor, so trying to be careful about all that. Neanderthals love grav panels. Yep. Aerial assault. I actually have a better one. I already have, while memeing wise I could take another psychic emanator, I actually have enough psychic emanators on the ship unless I've lost one that I've not noticed. I did. I lost the psychic no, wait, did we move it? We did move it, right? Oh yeah, no, so I have psychic emanators covering everything but those 3 bedrooms. Which is because we added those 3 bedrooms. I don't think I want to go out of my way to add one for that, because I'd have to move this around because there's no extra space in that. I can't put down a single extra tile, so it'd have to be in the bedroom. Or, actually... So, I can move... you... over here... and that'll still cover the bedroom and the crafting area. And that means I can move you over here. And that'll still cover the lab and one of the bedrooms. What'll be the quest that I get the 4th one with? I provide them 4 soldiers. Nah, I don't want to go and do that. I've honestly got enough of this place covered with the psychic emanators. Yeah, that's fine. So literally everything but that chem fuel thing and that bed are pretty much covered. Alright, we got carcinoma. That's fine. Add excise carcinoma. Orbital debris. Schedule. Indoors. You stay where you are. Grace is the only one in danger, and they're clear. Alright, and we can go schedule, unrestrict. So they did destroy my drop pod and damage that, but that's okay. Oh wait, I didn't pop that thing open. That's usually going to be some of the best loot we have here. Glad I noticed that. And a fuel optimizer. Deconstruct. I already got 2, and I'm not allowed to have more. Beacon unusable. Yeah, that's fine. We'll get it sorted. So it looks like we got all the mechs dragged out of here. Again, all that rebuilt. Did you already grab all the grav light panels from the storage up here? Yes. Okay, so let's go ahead and take one of their mech drop pods. And go ahead and take the tiny bits of leather we've picked up. And as much grav panels as I could fit in there. Alright. It's weird that you're stacking it out here. Unfinished Disruptor Flare Pack, that's fine. There's so many unfinished bionics. Yeah, so I'll take like the 600 grab panels and cut it down to 300. I don't know what the grab panels are worth wealth-wise, but I imagine they're not cheap. They are made with plasteel. Even if it's not a lot. Alright. And I'm starting to get those mountains of money again. Let's also go check on our bodies, make sure they're all good still. We've had a couple of solar flares and all that. So some of them might have been compromised and not usable. I mean, the not usable, not worth doing with all the fresh ones we've got. Alright, so everyone still seems good. Yeah, definitely of the bodies we got left, who would I prioritize bringing back? So, Lily Pad would definitely be up there, and Canahawk would be up there. Would be two I would definitely very heavily consider. Yeah, Canahawk with the industrious, very neurotic is way up there. That said, Lilypad is a melee person who is already decked out completely in bionics. That'd be certainly someone to consider. Because right now we're short on melee. So you'll get 24, 11, 17... All right. There's some reputation. Is there any other material I'm sitting on a ton of that I just really don't need? I don't think so too much. One thing we can also do skip abduction. And no one has any boosts? Yep, so it doesn't matter. I've got a lot of bioferrites starting to stack up, so let's abduct someone. We could de-age someone, and if they happen to have a decent amount of any skill, well then, you know, skills happen. Carcinoma. Okay, what do we got here? A staggeringly ugly, kind impid. That's pretty awful. So we're going to go ahead and capture them. They're unwaveringly loyal as well. That is very unfortunate for their, you know, future existence. We'll do a chronophagy, targeting them. So let's see. We got 22. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we got someone who's 32 years old. Yep. So I'm going to de-age a little bit. And did you have any good skills to offer? You do got some points in melee. It's not great, but I figure we'll take them. Alright, and then we'll go Philophagy. You're the target. You're the one who'd benefit from the most. Now, I'll give you 39%. I'm willing to take it. It's just a shard. Doesn't one of your shooting pawns have melee just in case? We actually have one who's got some decent melee. I am trying to continue to like just strengthen our people. Because if I can get Randall Thor's melee really high, it means the chances they go down in some random melee fight will be good. What I need is a second pawn to do melee. Mostly I'm just doing this because they're here and available. I've got shards. They're just sitting around. Alright. So what'd you push them up to? 13? So I'm going to have you carry this one. Hey, you want to go for a walk? I feel like you have always wanted to see space, little Impid. Space is the thing you've always wanted to see. You've waited your whole life for this. Congratulations. It took plants? Oh, you know what? I didn't even pay attention. I bet you the reason... Why are you down? Oh, you're getting your carcinoma removed. I bet you the reason it took plants as opposed to the melee is because plants is technically a higher level because their gene is -4, so it being 9, they were actually at 13 plants. It's just their gene suppressed it. It's fine. It just means weirdly now Randall Thor is good at plants. It's whatever. Knight Charge Lance. What is the Knight Charge Lance? A lightweight, custom grip, quick reload charge lance. So it has an aiming time of reduced 20%, an accuracy at close to short boost, and a ranged cooldown of 80%. That is legitimately a really solid charge lance. They're asking us to destroy a camp that's guarded by 20 impids. I actually feel perfectly perfectly able to do that. Genuinely, I'd probably take that over one of these miniguns. Because the charge lance is really good at being like this one enemy. F that guy. You can drop a lot with it. So we already grab everything worthwhile out of here? Yeah, we're done here anyways. So, what we're going to go ahead and do is restrict everyone indoors. Did you already grab the Luciferum that was way back here? Yeah, you got it. So we're trapping everyone indoors. Assign. We're going to have them ready for a fight. So we're going to have them all changed right now. And then when we land, we're going to go check out some impids. And we're going to start blasting. Because that charge lance looks like fun. It's interesting that it has the accuracy bonus at short to medium range, which honestly I'm okay with. I'm sure the long range is, for practical purposes, the better thing, but just the way I tend to run my colonies, I often am fighting in close range. Yeah, and the Nimble Delight, I want to say you just had quick reload. Weren't the impids on a station? Were they on a station? No, it's a bandit camp. Alright, so quests, except for the charge lance. Jump to the bandit camp. It's time to go wreck some impids. Hey impids, you know how you always raid me? And I gotta deal with your fire garbage and BS in my ships and all that? It's payback time. It is payback time. That's your base? You got 20 dudes packed in that place? That's just immoral, man. Just you're imagining here, you're in this little wooden box in the middle of the desert. Little wooden box in the middle of the desert, and then this thing just lands in front of you, full aggressive. Let me guess. You are all rocking bows. Oh, you know what? Hey, Krask. We got a toy that we haven't broken out this entire time. That'd be perfect for this moment. Because I would like to motivate them to come to me. And I think we can achieve that goal. I feel like that is a very easy to ascertain goal right now. You got the sniper rifle? Alright, you get to that door. Because it's a sniper rifle with improved accuracy and fire rate. And we want to get Krask here a little bit of shooting skill. Alright, you've done your job. Get on the ship. We got the fire foam pack ready. Oh, who's got that? Oh, is it you? No, you don't have it. I might have to make you scooch over there. Alright, that's fine. We're having that thing where they're just bypassing. Unfortunately, Randall can't move into position. I'm gonna have to have Randall literally block the door. Alright, well, nicely done. Payment has arrived. Okay, Krask. If I can go ahead and have you just really fast run this inside. You did your job. You popped a couple rounds into them, got their attention, and then you murdered the crap out of them. So I'll have you drop that. Go grab this. And that's your new day-to-day. Hey, you've been crawling away in the fire. Nah, I don't need you. What about this other one? Nah, you're pretty terrible too. Alright, so go over here and say zone, regular stockpile, dumping zone over here. Do not allow rotten or human-like corpses. And then the last stockpile in the water. And no one's restricted. Yeah, so that's a little bit of a mess. So we need to get that sorted. Because it does seem like sometimes... I'm wondering... You know what I bet you it is? I bet you when I have my people here and here... Because it doesn't offer cover there, they stop here and they use this spot for cover. But with the sentry guns, I think they're going to the ends here to try and use that to be cover against the sentry guns. Could you not stand in all this if you could help it? Which the workaround to that would be to go like this. That's a bummer to do it up there, but it's fine. There's still another door over there if we really need it. Why are they already rotten? Oh, right. I have one of my guns causes tox buildup, or like one or two of them does. So it's the fact that we boosted their toxin enough that they're instantly rotting. I think we just have one last rotten one there. Nope, you're rotting. Okay, and you're back up on your feet. If I can have you go peek at this door. You have fish and goose eggs. A whole lot of nothing. And let's go check to see if there's anything else worthwhile here. Oop, compact plasteel. And I can worry about those components are too close to the edge of the map. I can go like this. Alright. And they're also kind of to bring me 500 pemmican. There was some good, relatively free XP on that. Alright. I wonder if it'd be worth it for me to attack some of their places, because one of those things that, if you don't know, it's not a thing that you deal with much. If you destroy any of these hostile locations, those hostile locations will give you 20 standings with all of their enemies. So if you look at like the 3 hostile ones here, literally everyone on their list is against them. So genuinely, whenever we get to a point where not everyone's like within 20 of the max, I could just pop over there and do that. Because it also gives me the potential opportunity of gaining people. So we could go out our way to target the impids right now, even though I don't really want an impid. I feel like the way we've got ourselves set up, the impids are the ones that we can handle the easiest, since they seldom have armor. We could shred them pretty aggressively. I might do that. I can't tell you the last time, because it's kind of the bummer when you attack this base, it'll be like this. Where it's like 1 or 2 rooms that are just all hot garbage. That's fine. Do I need that fabric? No. I still have 1,000 from way back. Because it'll also be a good time for me to get some combat XP. Get some of our greener recruits a little bit better setup. Okay, and they're all grabbing the plasteel. Yeah, it's like 150, 200 plasteel there. And we are doing fine at all that. Still making advanced components. Alright, let's go ahead and knock out the drum party. We can use that for a morale boost, ideology nonsense. Because do I even care about the slow research anymore? I mean, I guess for this stuff. Because that I'm not going to bother making any of it. I'm not going to be making those or these. I'm not going to be worried about this. So literally the only thing that I actually want research-wise left is just the cataphract armor, just those 3 there. The ship will be fine for that. I mean, I guess there's still a benefit to having the ritualist just because then I can abuse the, like, de-aging, all that kind of stuff without having people get whiny about it. I would like you to go ahead and haul that. Get the last of plastic out of here, so that way I can move on and not feel like I'm leaving anything of value behind. Okay, that way if we have to leave, that's fine. It's just steel still on here, and I'm sitting about 5,000, so I don't really need it. Yeah, so you're making bionic ears and hearts, legs and arms and all that stuff. I don't really need very many people having bionic ears. It's mostly just these 2. I don't even need them, it's just kind of nice. But probably honestly a lower priority than a lot of the other stuff. Okay, so I think we're ready to rock and roll. Do we have a quest that we should be going out of our way for? I don't care about the uranium asteroids. I have lost compounds everywhere. And then the space loot and all that, which is probably good. I genuinely feel like I shouldn't necessarily do this. I don't think there's much value in me doing it. But I want to attack the impids. Is it a good plan? No. Is it something I should be using my time for? Probably not. It'd give me 20 reputation with everyone, and everyone can afford 20 reputation. I'm also thinking we could potentially get an Ancient Danger or some on there. And we are just kind of killing time till we get our research going along. The other thing I could work is if we were going to do an all endings run, I should be starting to work on the Empire thing as well. I mean, I could just hop around and hit these ruins and all that. Okay. Attack has begun. So in this case, I'm going to move my thing quite a bit farther back. Yeah, so it's the same deal. Door check. Yeah, I think the door problem was actually when it's growing stuff that they were running around and then yanking it up and all that. Yeah, we got components down there and all that. We'll check to see what actually materials we have on here. So I think same basic plan as last time. Only this time I'm going to have you actually hold the door. Actually, let's not hold the door. I want to see if we've resolved this issue by putting these barricades the full length, to see if it is the fact that they were trying to go for cover behind it and everything. I know you got long range. Yeah, you're not sniper rifle long. I think sniper rifle long is like 36. Let's have the others there to support. I'm a little nervous about you being that far out on your own, in case you kick it off and you can't retreat fast enough. Have you ever played Kenshi? Yes, I have played a ton of Kenshi. On the channel last year, it was like the 5th most played game. Is good. That said, I have kind of done just about everything I can come up with to do in it. Nope, that'll work too. And we're coming around that way, so it's fine. So get you in position here. Grab you and put you back here. Grab you and put you back here. Tuck you in over there. Alright, so how many are packing out of this clown car? One of you is really slow. For some reason. Actually, for that matter, hang out here for just a minute. Alright, start dropping back. Figure I could get a couple of hits in on their way in. Okay, no, they're still... No, they're kind of behaving. Alright, so let's go ahead and pop the fire foam. So you stay in position. Okay. And not a good pawn. Alright. Yeah, so we have enough talk shots in here. We have a bunch of the corpses instantly rot. Base destroyed. Plus 20 reputation with everybody. Which is why I was like, alright, let's just do it. Get everyone bumped up. Alright. I almost never attack their bases. They're just usually not worth doing anything. So you got the tiniest little bruises on you. I'm gonna have you run down here. And we're gonna claim all these doors. You'll see how much more we have to check out in this. Forgot how annoying some of these bases are. It wouldn't be so bad, but you gotta claim the doors. You can't claim them till they're revealed. Carcinoma, we can go to you, health. Excise carcinoma. Also, make sure you're unrestricted. Okay, and then with that, we've got tons of junk in here. But as you can see, this is one of the reasons why no one ever attacks their bases, really. Is that was my reward, is I got 2 parkas, both of poor quality. I got 2 burkas, 1 normal and 1 excellent quality. A ton of sleeping bags. The vast majority of them... Or sorry, a bunch of beds, but a vast majority of them in terrible quality. Burn it down? You're right. I didn't think about this properly. You're right, Impids. You've done this to me so many times over the years. Have at it. It's time. It's time you know what it's like, Impids. All the colonies that you've burned down of mine over all these years. It's only going to burn that one building because it's not going to be able to spread. But all the colonies you burned down of mine, it's payback. We are raising the Impid base. Now we're going to check for the ore. This is going to be easier just to look. Animal migration fennec foxes. I don't really care. Roof collapsed, destroying the steel tables. Not going to bother mining the steel. I've got tons of it. There's a lot of compact machinery on your map, Impids. Therapeutic that for once someone else's base is burning down. Maybe don't cut past there. That's super sketch as is. Yep, even if it doesn't do anything, it feels good. Now granted, again, destroying the base does give you a pretty significant bonus to your reputation with everybody. Let me go ahead and do this before I forget, which is, for those who don't know, Belinar, absolutely a fantastic content creator, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team that I'm on. Also playing a lot of RimWorld Odyssey, good times over there and whatnot. Can we set the rest of the place on fire? I can, it's just a little annoying because I gotta recharge the, recharge this gun again and again. Well, actually, these would burn, that might jump over. Yeah, we can burn the rest. I just wasn't gonna do where it's like 4 more times to set it up. And get out of here. Molotovs? Oh, I don't have those handy. I don't do the thing where you toss a whole bunch of stuff in a corner and let it on fire, so I usually don't keep Molotovs. Ah, yes. Sweet karma. And to go with that, let's go ahead and do... You're stressing me out going that way. I'm gonna have that roof fall on one of you. Oh, I still got 6 days till skip abductions available. That's fine. Should have burned it down to the imp still inside. Well, the moment I put a single hit of damage into this wall, they went into attack, and that's when I had to, like, not retreat. We kind of like rolling retreated to our base. Could have probably angled the flame to hit both buildings. Oh, I don't need to. There's a 1 gap between. Oh, well, it's raining, so the buildings are gonna go. The fires are gonna go out when the roof gets out of the way. But yeah, we'll have this one. And this one, I don't think we could angle it to hit both of them. Because I think it would block. I could be wrong. It's fine. I'm satisfied that we have burned down the buildings. If I had an incinerator, it'd be different. I'd just stand here and just sweep the fire back and forth and just torch the whole thing easy, but I don't. Alright, do you have all the components pulled? Well, the farthest components, I believe, are up here. Yeah, so it looks like they got all the components already pulled off the map. As far as I can see, there's no ancient danger. So with that, we have completed our violence. Yeah, that's an icon you like to see. Shattered Village, or whatever they call that. We have an infested settlement we can go to. That's an oasis. We'll go ahead and hit that. These ones I found to be a bit underwhelming now. But we're kind of just popping between targets as we're waiting on research and all that. Now, the sad thing is, RimWorld doesn't simulate much when it comes to a lot of your settlements and all that. So there is no idea that I couldn't like systematically wipe out all the impids and like it removes their faction from consideration. It would just continue having the impids in the world. You just, you just killed their towns and that's a whole thing. Okay. We can insect move in the map? We can. I'm not super worried about the food with our stuff. Let's take 2-second look. So this map, I'm probably not going to worry much about the materials on it. Yeah, it's fine. Alright, let's grab everyone. Bring them here. We're going to set to stay indoors when they're not clearing the building. Because I don't really care about the resources on it. There was none of the really good ones. We're just here to check out the infestation. Oh, I should also probably check. Seeing if there's entrances anywhere. Okay. That way there's like an underground entrance to either a bug area. It'd pop out. Just clearing up a little bit of space for my range team. Okay. More Lucy. Alright. We actually did a hot potato back in the day to wipe out every Empire settlement. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, because it is a very slow process. Especially considering that would be a lot of caravanning, just going from tile to tile caravanning. That sounds rough. Like, not difficulty rough, just like fighting with the caravanning mechanic the whole time. Okay. So you relocated the base many times? Oh, no, you'd have to. Because, like, you'd caravan, you'd find some, like, central spot between, like, 2-3 of them. You would wipe them out, and then it'd be time to, like, caravan to, like, the next area where you could get 2 or 3 of them. I actually have no concept of how many... like, how many Empire, settlements you'd find typically on the map. Don't go trashing my stuff. Alright, Randall Thor, you chase the bug that's on the run. And you see there's a safe right there. We're going to clean all this up. Okay, so it's just the one. Cool. So, Randall Thor got it. Got a map. Alright. And it'll be just that last section of hallway after this. Okay. So what we'll do now is we'll go zone, expand close to home. Oh, you need to be brought into the close to home zone. We go bring all of that into it. Assign to close to home. And meanwhile, I'm going to do a quick little look around and just see if we spot an ancient danger. I generally find this style of map, it's pretty rare I get to actually see the ancient danger. If there is one. Like, once in a while you'll get lucky I'll be right up against the edge, but this much rock face, it's not super often. And then using the trick where you can draft a melee and start pointing at stuff, you end up having it where it's just not that big a deal. Alright, orders also allow all the stuff down there. I basically just want them to haul the stuff back and forth. War Merchant. Alright, well, thank you for opening up some more space for me. Just go ahead and mine that. Meanwhile, we can go to you. Alright. I don't really care about the herbal medicine that much. It's just been rotting. You cannot afford what I would like to give you. Let's see here. Get rid of some of these things that I'm not going to be using. That's fine. Alright, so we got that. We can go over here and say orders. Allow that. Earthwatch, go rescue this person. And you go rescue that person, because if we patch them up, we'll get ourselves some reputation for free, potentially. You really like the new map features? Oh yeah, no, it's so much more interesting. The comment I've given, disease infection on snake, have you considered being tougher? It's one of those things that I kind of made the comment a bunch of times that before this update, this is how much of the map really kind of mattered. Just as far as stuff would spawn in to kind of attack you, technically a little bit farther for like trade caravans, but the idea was there's just a handful of tiles around you cared about just where something of importance landed nearby you to go send 2 pawns to like knock out a EMP or whatever. But otherwise the world just was utterly irrelevant. And then, you know, the trade caravans, they do have the trade caravans. But with this, like, the whole world is in play. And there's actually reasons to go around and do stuff. Whereas in the past, you could go kill neighbors or whatever that are a problem, but there wasn't really a reason to do it. We are going to get ourselves some reputation today, potentially. Yeah, because... a little bit of carcinoma, that's fine. Yeah, so they will probably path off here. We might need to go over there and kill the bugs there so that the people we're rescuing don't just run over there and die. You're sedated. Oh, you're still working on it. That's fine. Have you visited the terraforming accident yet? Those maps are funky. Yeah, where it's like this weird swirl with a bunch of damage. Alright, Earth Rush. Go rescue that one. Go rescue them as well. Go rescue them. We're just gonna rescue this whole caravan, don't mind me. And honestly, we can go here and go zones. That's in play now. Alright. That's how much of their caravan got downed that we are currently rescuing. Oh, yeah, I'll rescue you too. And the beauty is they basically cleared almost the whole way around. That's a lot of people. Terrible would be fine. Terrible would be fine. Terrible. Honestly, it's a mix. They won't... I don't think they can ever join you from doing that, by the way. We have 1,600 pemmican we've gotten between them and the 2 impid groups. Because we don't craft pemmican, we haven't done it in ages. But they were carrying, like, thousands of pemmican. Yeah, so there's nothing to clear here. Yeah, there's nowhere else that there could be a safe for us. Alright, we'll work on our research here for a minute. We did mine the components out of the wall there. We're just gonna let them collect all the packaged meals, all the pemmican. If they find the time, they can butcher the bugs. Otherwise, I've got a small army of people here to recover. And that should be maxed out my my reputation. Your phone won't charge if you have Twitch on or anything else, which sucks because you've been staring at the ceiling for 2 hours trying to sleep. No good background noise other than your ears ringing. Tinnitus is fun. Yep, I know that one. I got my own ringing I have as well. Alright, how are we doing over here? We got a bionic eye ready. It's been really bad for the last couple days. Yeah, that's no fun. Alright, so let's get that bionic eye in your left eye. And let's give you the bionic heart. And give you the bionic ear. And we've just basically maxed our reputation. Basically maxed our reputation because we saved all of them. Wandering around in here. Trying to get it off the ship. There we go. Because that's theirs. If we leave with it, we'll take a penalty. The run's going good. Everybody's deathless now. We're still trying to get some armor for when we're in space. Like, I could do plenty of armor for on the ground, but we don't have marine or recon or anything that random research is being a jerk about it. But, you know, that's a random research due. Okay. Any big deaths? Nope, not today. We had a death yesterday, right before we started getting deathless on people, but no one's died since then. You guys surprised I pulled it back? Yeah, I mean, honestly, the big thing is for how much we got knocked down. The fact that our wealth is sitting at 500,000 just about is the whole thing. What are you bringing to the table? Hard worker who is jealous. We're not going to be able to do jealous with our confined space. A Neoformer, Glitterworld, and Luciferum. Oh, you want a bunch of talk shells? Never mind. I don't feel like dealing with that. I hadn't looked at what type of quest it was. We have a migration of guinea pigs. Yeah, and so we got all them getting patched up. Because I believe if I leave with them on board, it'll be considered kidnapping. It'll take a penalty. Yeah, so for right now, I'm going to change that to do that twice. Because we'll get Mohan Rai the ears, and then no one else really needs ears. Let's see, have you ever done where you take an attempt at every quest? Something similar, like it wasn't super strict about it. Because some quests are definitely just obnoxious and serve little purpose. It's a cool challenge, though. What's your deal? Anesthetic? That's fair. Have you made some jeans? Oh yeah, we got our people like are super duper juiced now. Alright. Honestly, the excellent charge lance we can get rid of. I don't need that anymore. I got a unique one that's also like that kind of quality. So we can trade for the marine helmet and the locust armor. Let's see, do we know if you're able to land the grab ship on a faction settlement? Sure you can, if you want to fight them. We actually just did that like 10, 15, 20 minutes ago or whatever it was. We landed at an Impid faction and just murdered them to get standings with everyone. But yeah, no, it's seen, because you keep in mind when the grab ship takes off, it basically like black holes the colony, like just, you know, effectively black holes the colony. So landing at anyone's place is effectively killing them regardless. I generally buff all my people. You do want to make sure you have a shield though, in case they have a mortar. Yeah, for the raid things. Yeah, no, that's fair. To be fair, I was picking on Impids and they can't have mortars versus the Wasters. Yeah, no, you can definitely do it as a raider run. And like Leon is saying, you can just get the big shield that you can get off the ship. I haven't had an opportunity to get that shield for as long as we've been doing this run. I had a ton of stuff we've got, but that's just not one of them. Alright, Hornet's about to be out of here, and then we're good to go. You tried once and got an incendiary shell straight in your storeroom? Yep. Okay, and once Hornet's off the ship, we move, because we've already maxed out our reputation. It's literally like 100 or something. Yeah, they're at 100 now because they caravanned, got themselves wrecked, and then we went and patched them up and sent them on their way. I'm honestly surprised by how many of them got downed without dying. That's the part that stands out the most to me in that whole thing. Not really worried about that. So we're going to go ahead and launch again. Wait, did I already grab the components? Well, an emu and a cougar got into a fight. And there were no survivors. It'd be funny if the tribals had like a 1 in 10,000 chance to have a mortar on their settlement with a single anti-grain. The game's already got enough BS in it with that kind of curse. Alright. So we can hop over here to the next ruin. Oh, that one's too close. Next ruin over here. I'm pretty much just hopping to ancient complexes and all that kind of stuff. Currently doing a Cannibal Space Raider run. That's been fun so far. Yep. There's just ruins everywhere. And the hive mind is right down there. We're just kind of trying to stay relatively near the hive mind, because as soon as I get the armor production online, that's all I'm waiting for before we take down, like, the ending. I'm just concerned with the vac suits about having heavy casualties because their defense is rubbish. Schedule unrestricted. Let's go ahead and do this. Compact. Compact machinery. Compact machinery. Compact machinery. Compact machinery. That's a little spicy. Compact machinery. That's all steel. Or that's fine. I did not pay attention to see if they got the the Locust armor and all that pulled on the ship? We did not. I didn't trade for that, right? I think I literally just left it outside. Well, that's fine. I actually don't really care. It was really meant to just get rid of some wealth. I would like the Locust armor. Yeah, because did we... Well. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? I figured as long as it'd been they had hauled it in, but I guess our hauling person probably was just sleeping. Ooh. Packaged meals. Honestly, each one of these is a potential roll of the dice for Mech Resurrection Serum. That's not a bad number of rolls. It's still a long shot. It's like 1 in 50. That tome can just lay on the floor where it is. Yeah, that was a lot of boxes. Yeah, 30 Luciferum. No, actually, we'll bring it back. But I'm going to make sure my reading assignments do not allow tomes. What a way to get woken up, only to get me permanent back to sleep. That's like the, there was a Simpsons episode where... I can't remember, it was like they had... It was the circus where they had the tigers. And so, like, the circus people are approaching that, like, here, kitty, 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 wake up, kitty, to, like, the tiger. And the tiger starts to get up and immediately tranquilizes and it goes back down. Shows the tiger having a flashback of that right before they maul the keeper. It's like, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty messed up. Alright, we don't need the steel. I've got 5,000 of it. We don't really need food. We're good. Part of the thing I keep forgetting is we've got nuclear stomachs now. So we eat, like, no food. Oh, hey, sorry, Fennec Fox. My bad. There you go, buddy. Didn't want to leave you trapped in the ship. And hey, Night Dweller, it's good to see you. Mechanoid platform, that's for a Gravcore. I do not need Gravcore for literally anything anymore. I mean, I could replace all of these unstable power cores for it, but, you know, why would I do a thing like that? Yeah, nothing we care about. I can see you. It happens. I keep forgetting that we started the stream late today. So it keeps looking like, man, it doesn't, like, it feels like it's later than it is. Oh, it is. Because there's like 2 hours not counted on the timer, basically. Alright, basically waiting until I see some people idling. And that tells me we've got everything hauled in. Yeah, so honestly... Oh, you know what? Oh, 1 second. Got that to treat. Okay, let's go ahead and have you... hack that panel. To trigger a raid. Oh no. One dude showed up for the raid. Well, take your $50. Also, let's go ahead and we can do a skip abduction. Oh, 1 second. Let's let you finish with that surgery. Okay. So, skip abduction. And you're the only one with the penalty there, so we can go look about de-aging people. Yeah, so KLL can get a de-age. Alright, more carcinoma. Dude, you're literally recovering from your carcinoma being removed. Alright, free oh, it's a bio-coded triple rocket launcher. Boo, game. That's fine. So you've got shooting skill, and otherwise not a whole lot remarkable about you. So we are going to capture you real fast. And then we're going to say, hey, chronophagy, let's do this. You are the... Oh, wait, you're psychically... Oh, interesting. I didn't know if they were psychically deaf if it just didn't work. Alright, well... Go grab this person. We're just gonna go ahead and chuck you over here. And you have a nice day, sir. Yeah, so they are psychically deaf, so I couldn't target them to like de-age them or anything. They were just immune to it. It's like, oh, okay. I don't really know how I'm dealing with that triple rocket launcher very easily. Just realized we don't have these out here. Okay, so after the party, we'll have them haul the triple rocket launcher off the ship. Because it is bio-coded, so I can't really sell it for anything. I can't use it. Just gonna chuck it out there. Yep, and they're grabbing the last of the goodies out of here. Are you able to duck them if they were psychically deaf? That makes no sense. I don't know. It's RimWorld. It doesn't have to make sense. Alright, and we can go ahead and get out of here. Yep. And go for the next target. Just clearing out all these ancient complexes and crap while we're waiting for that research to get done. Well, that'd be a cool map if I didn't have to start way the heck out here. Alright, so start getting your way over there. Meanwhile, taking a quick little tour here. Seeing if I see any obvious valuable ores or anything like that. Or an obvious ancient danger. Alright, so 2-second quick check. Nope, and ore. Nope. Good enough for me. Okay. So I can pop these pretty quick. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. More Luciferum. Some chem fuel. More Luciferum. Chem fuel. We have an ancient comms station. Which could call in supplies. More Luciferum. Man, these are way better. I wonder if it's based on your colony wealth that it will escalate it. Because we're getting stuff in like almost every single room of this place. Chem fuel. Like, don't get me wrong, half the rewards are hot garbage. I'm gonna have you haul the Lucy back. I don't care if most of this place burns, but that Luciferum's got some value. Okay. I'll have you hack that real fast before it has a chance to explode. Pods arrived, and they delivered drugs. Honestly, with just chem fuel in there, seal it off so no one runs through and gets themselves burned alive. Yeah, because that was 1,000 degrees in there, and then we still got that one to go. And that's got carpet, too. Yep, so just gotta grab that. They probably already mined the exposed components and hauled them back. Surveying site. The pilot support. I already have 2 of those. So that literally does nothing for me. Alright, and next target. It's all these places that we were getting constantly throughout the run that I was just skipping. I mean, honestly, they're giving me enough Luciferum, I could keep quite a people hooked on it. I'm not going to, because that was the lesson I learned on the second colony we ran on the, or no, was it the second or first? I think it was the second that we ran. That it got something like 7 people on Luciferum, which is a completely unreasonable number. And we had completely unreasonable number results of keeping people from melting down was near impossible. Alright. Before we get in here, let me go ahead and check for goodies. I don't need to worry about the steel. We've got uranium up there. And honestly, for this one, we go zone, expanded, close to home. Anything on the top half of the map. Just ignore the two nests down there. Actually, we'll have to go this, clear, close to home. That spot, and that spot need to be all cleared so they don't path around to it. But with that said, chat, we're about to an ad break, and I gotta use a restroom. So I'm gonna go do that, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. What? Where am I? What's happening? I'm confused and disoriented now. This group, we're gonna bail. I just need to clear enough that I can get out. That was our tire. We're dead. Oh, how did... I'm not asking questions. It's fine. I don't know. She was in a fit of rage. She was really bored. She wanted something to do, and she had a knife. You know, we've all been there, right? Just you get a little bored, and you would just attempt to murder. Ooh, fog! That's exactly what I wanted with my tropical storm helicopter. Fog! Excellent! This feels great! This is exactly what I want as we're going into nighttime and it's going to get super dark and I won't be able to see. This helicopter sucks. I'm glad we're not in a very high pop area because this is the kind of thing that would get you killed 100%. Where are you up to with that? Did you interrupt? Oh god. Did you interrupt my picture? Stop getting in the way of the camera. Okay, and I am back. Alright, I don't know why we're playing ridiculously intense combat music. Oh, the bugs. Those are distinctly aggroed. Why are you aggroed? Their nest is gone. Weird. I think something glitched and their nest just got destroyed on its way in. Please don't shoot Passy Tart. Please don't. I don't like it. That's not the right person. Yeah, I think something glitched and it destroyed their nest. Oh, you know what I bet it was? I bet you it carved out the space for my ship. And so I bet you it spawned in the nest, then, you know, the ship went and replaced the nest. And because of that, you know, it counted the nest as being destroyed. So they immediately went aggressive. That's an interesting thing. Probably only a concern when your ship gets properly large, though. Okay, that'll be... Okay. I just didn't want it to blow up on the chem fuel. That is a pretty big facility. There we go. Mad dromdaries. How many? 4 of them? That's fine. We'll do the dromdaries in a minute. Okay, so with that, you go hack that, you go hack this. Turret disabled. Another turret disabled. So whatever this room is in the bottom left, it looks like it had multiple turrets in it for some reason. Okay, we got even more terminals again. Okay, nothing else for them to hack. Our range team's in position to deal with the dromdaries. And sorted. You like this track? Sadly, when you can obliterate the targets, it's pretty short. Yeah, I know exactly what I was thinking. It's like, yeah, sadly it did not last very long. Alright, let's make sure there's nothing else of interest down here, so safe. Sealed. That's fine. Alright. And make sure everyone's in assignments. Okay, cool. Hey, Miss Donnie, how's it going? And I figured that's just an outdoor area. That's fine. Alright, so we'll hack this thing. Ruins of the Vanguard Station. And make sure you didn't reset. Yep, you're on maintain only. Alright, so I don't think there was much we cared about. There's a couple components down there. I'm not super worried about that. We're sitting on 205. How are we doing on this stuff? We got the bionic ears. We got another bionic eye available. So we can go ahead and keep this going. Let's give that to Kraisk. And the reason I'm thinking about giving it to Kraisk specifically is they are the one rocking the Charge Lancer, so anything I can do to help them land their hits more consistently, reliably, that'll be a win. Let's say work before summer, and there isn't much to do, so it'll be chill day, probably ending early. Nice! I do remember when I was working and teaching, it was always one of those things when you get to that last little stretch where, you know, you've got your final exams graded. You might have one more day that the students are actually going to show up, but like you're not doing more exercises. Their grades are already settled. Like you haven't turned them all in or whatever. You might still have some more paperwork to do, but I usually kept on top of that. Alright, so just letting them have a second to grab the components and all that while we're here. Then we'll move on to the next target. Didn't see any obvious ancient dangers. Actually, that's probably not an ancient danger. Compact plasteel asteroid. Okay. I've honestly found the asteroids to be pretty underwhelming when it came to, like, going for the ones, like, for gold or all that. You just spend a whole lot of time mining for maybe 5-10 tiles. It's not bad. I'm pretty sure this is not an ancient danger considering that wall's damaged. It shouldn't be able to be that way, but I also wasn't paying attention to see if anything went back there. But since that's a corner block, if it is an ancient danger, I should be fine. Yeah, it's not an ancient danger. We'll still pop it open in case there's some ore back there, but you're not teaching proper, but you do get the feeling. Yeah. Well, there's just certain things that, like, there is a conclusion of what you're working on. Oh, we're actually getting to the point where I'm running out of wood. So the next time we land on a tile that's got some proper trees, let's go and knock a bunch of them down. So we've got the uranium mine. They picked up the components. We've got visitors. Unfortunately, man, I genuinely don't actually care about you as visitors. There's just some uranium over there, and I don't think I'm waiting for it. And the next complex. Maybe we'll go to the plasteel asteroid after this if I don't have another good target in range. I'm just excited to look to the quest list and see a whole lot of stuff disappear off of it. Low key, really on board with that. Can't tell what's going on over there. Alright. Let's get everyone out here. Okay. Yeah, so I'm thinking we're gonna go ahead and just kill them all real fast. All the bugs, that is. So that way I could just kind of cut people loose and not have to worry about is there a nest nearby or anything like that. We can go here and choose ore. That's fine. We won't see anything like gold or anything like that then. Yeah, so we got the mechs there. That's a nothing burger. Okay, no ancient danger that I'm seeing. Hey, Draconic Dork, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that kind of stuff. Nice the world map actually gets gameplay now versus the Horde caravanning system. Yeah. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. What were you streaming? How did it go? All that good stuff. And if you got a raid and run, you know, you are absolutely welcome to do that, but you're also absolutely welcome to stay. So let me go ahead and get you a shout out. Playing some Beat Saber. Beat Saber's a fun time. Let's see, the dragon has brought the raiding party to steal your gold. I need my gold. I need my gold for my advanced components. You can't have my gold. That's my gold. Beat Saber is an excellent time. Beat Saber is a really excellent time. I haven't played in a long time just because I don't have my areas set up for VR. And unfortunately, to try and make space for VR with like the green screen and the lights and all that is really hard to make happen. You got a component box and a security panel. That's fine. The turret that's just shooting at us got reprogrammed. Yeah, this one seems like a pretty big dud. But it's hard to type with a headset balanced on your glasses. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Like, by all means, I imagine after Beat Saber, like, got all sweaty and gross from that one. Alright, let's also have them tear apart that block out of curiosity, because that's a bit much for putting stuff in there. So, do we have safes? Nope. Components. There's just the one component box, so pretty underwhelming one. I wonder if some of these we got set... Is this the same run? Yeah, I wonder if this, if this whole setup here... Oh, we need to unleash you. I wonder if it's like one of those things that you have these show up early on, and like their severity is determined at that point. Because some of the, like, they're very inconsistent on, like, some of them have a lot of stuff going on in them, and some of them are like this one, where it's pretty much a big old nothing burger. There's just a little bit of chem fuel in the back, and otherwise absolutely nothing. Alright, how are we doing on fabrication? Nothing else done yet. It's just because, like, by the time we get that sorted, Earthrush is getting very little time to actually do crafting. Same thing with the research, as we're dragging the research out by doing this, but I think it's fine. Because we are just knocking down the list of complexes and all that. I'm not going to chase them all down. Boomlope stuck between your engines? Oh, that's probably actually a big deal. Let's have you let them out. Just so they don't attack their way out through the walls or go through whatever. Okay. Yeah, and chem fuel we're actually getting low. I think we're actually at this point I am going to have to do a chem fuel stop. Which is just going someplace with trees and hacking down all the trees and giving the crafter a chance to make some chem fuel. Honestly, right now with your stuff, let's bump this up. So you'll still construction mine first, but then you're going to step in and craft more as well. You're set for anything. Alright. We're gonna need to make some apparel changes. So anything, if we're not spacefaring, I don't want you wearing vac suits. They're terrible for that. Melee, no vac suits. So get back in here and change your clothes. We've got flak, use the flak. If it's starting to wear out, that's fine. We'll get it replaced. Okay, yeah, so everyone's fully flacked out again. We checked the bench. Yeah, so we ran out of flak jackets and flak helmets. We're down to next to nothing. So it's good that we have that queued up. Threat cluster. You're willing to give me an Architect leg and an infinite chem reactor. What would we have? So we'd have a mechanoid swarm would be attacking the settlements. So the cluster would land. You're gonna give me 11 mercenary gunners. Huh. I mean, the big thing is those drop beacons. There are 6 drop beacons on it. Now, the catch is, the infinite chem reactor is pretty fun, because that'll give me a trickle supply of chem fuel all the time, and all that. And of course, an Architect leg is also fun, and both of these I cannot craft myself, so there's arguments to be made for both of them. I mean, everyone's pretty bionicked out. Probably the Architect leg. Well, I mean, okay, it's catch-22. The catch-22 is if someone gets their leg blown off and it's the Architect, then it's just gone. But at the same time, the chem fuel reactor means limited. I'm going to probably go with the Architect. Because I'm thinking if we do end up doing an Arco Nexus after, like we do like in all endings, I could take the Architect leg with me as long as it's still attached to the person, then they don't die. Yes, they got a mortar. They can kind of gauge what we're gonna have here. Yeah, it just says they will show up. Schedule, inside the ship, schedule, quest, Architect leg. Pods arrive with all the troops. Let me just get one of their schedules. Oh, it's the space people. And copy. And we're just pasting them there. So we got mercenary gunners. So how long? Immediately. Alright, so the auto mortar kicks off in 7 days. Now, the thing that makes this dangerous is those mech drop pods. Because those are going to make lancers and pikemans, there's going to be something out of here. But this means all hell is going to break loose on this. And we don't know what all that hell is going to be. Now, with this, I've got a whole bunch of sacrificial people here that I don't have to do anything to keep them safe. I'm going to have them run up into this disaster and then just kick this hornet's nest. Because worst case, if I don't like what I see, then we leave. And I don't think you could do anything like interrupt the drop beacons or anything cool like that. So my plan is basically run straight on up here, because the auto mortar is the only real threat. We had them drop their low shield and open fire on everything. I did not position you as I needed. Nicely done, team. Nicely done. Real proud of you. Honestly, that's not bad. There's one centipede, a bunch of scythers, a handful of pikemen, like actually quite a few pikemen. That's not really that bad of a mech cluster. Now, we did just utterly sacrifice the entire group of people that arrived because, you know, they're not mine. I was actually expecting them to aggress on me with everything here. No immediate danger, 13 hours. Honestly, they might get back. Some of them. Yeah, if you get past here, I'll rescue you. Alright. Rescue them. Rescue them. Rescue them. Rescue them. And unfortunately, the ones back here, they're still directly under the guns, so we're not killing ourselves for it. Yep, free medical experience. Absolutely. I also don't mind, because that's just not a big deal. Yeah, because they dropped a bunch of weapons we don't care about. So that's a lot of mechs. The only downside is they didn't aggro to me. We can go here. Deal with the carcinoma in a minute. Alright, so the big catch here is going to be trying to bait them out, because they do have layers of shields here. They got the high shield, that protects them from mortars. And they've got the low shield that protects them from shooting. Yeah, no, we have cancer. It's fine. We can deal with it. If I start having them excise it right now, they go under anesthetic. So I'm going to go ahead and just let them deal with the treatment for right now. And we'll remove it after we're past this threat. So I'm going to try to do here is, what's your range again? 46. So very genuinely what might happen here I was going to try and see if I could, because I can hit that and destroy it. I was going to see if I can't get someone to shoot at this and hit it from back here. What's the range on our really good sniper rifle? Where is our really good sniper rifle? There we are. Your range is 45. Are you longer range than that is? You're one range short of being longer range. That wasn't the sniper? Yeah, it was. Okay, so plan here is to try and grab its attention with our highly dependable support team. Have Krace get in here, ready to retreat if needed. Don't you have a mortar? I have no shells I've made with it. We still accomplished the primary thing, was we did get rid of the mortar. Okay, so there's your range. So you all just run out here, nice and spread out. And it's EMP sniper rifle, by the way. So curiosity with that is with it being an EMP sniper rifle. Will it actually work well to take down those shields? Yeah, you can all go back. You can hit the spawner over there. Because I'm trying to trigger them to attack me. I do wonder if we got the EMP minigun and just opened up. They did come right up to the edge here, so I'm hoping I can catch one or two of them. Come on, right here. You're right on the edge. It might be in range. Nope. I was kind of hoping since his EMP would do a better job in breaking the shields. Alright, so I don't care about me attacking the walls. Are you getting shooting skill for this, by the way? You are. Hey, you know what? Honestly, if you just want to sit back here and grind shooting skill, I am okay with that. Are you out of range? Are you out of the shield? Nah, you're back now. So Kraysk is just grinding skill at the moment. Grinding skill and then seeing if there's a limit on this thing. Unfortunately, everything but that is still under cover. Then we don't have to worry about ammo for most things. Yup. Next recharge for 1 day and 2.8 days. It does look like they're deliberately staying just under here. It's a shame when I destroyed the turret I couldn't have them get after the low shield as well. Ooh, you look like you're not... Ah, you're out of my range anyways. Alright. You've already gained 5,000 shooting almost, it looks like. I'm probably wrong. It's probably just 1,000. But it's the fact that, like, every single shot... No, every single shot you're gaining, like, 300 shooting. Starflight Basics. Machine Persuasion. Alright, so we're getting more of the, That's what I think. I'm tempted to let you just do that until you get tired, because very genuinely, that is an absurd amount of XP you're getting just standing back here cracking off shots. You're very quickly going to become the best shot in the colony. Because you don't normally get to sit here and just pop off shots like this back to back to back without anything dealing with you. Pretty soon I'll have to back you off so you can get your rest and food and all that. Alright, we'll back you off, let you patch up, let you do your thing. I wonder if low-key I can have one of these ones run the whole way around here with something to destroy the shields. Do I have anything of proper ordnance that would work on that? I don't think I do. What is the range on the minigun? Oh, you got the... Why are you stored in there? Ah, I've got one shelf here that's not set right. So it's got bio-coded weapons on it. So that'd be like, oh, EMP, that might work. I could take the regular Zeus hammer, just have someone just try and, like, run 3 or 4 people in and just see if we can't have one person smack it out of the people. I don't think that'll work, though. Because when I saw the EMP, I was like, okay, that might work. Sneak a person around here and just try and drop the EMP on that. Unfortunately, it's bio-coded for one of the other people. And I mostly have just oh, there's regular EMPs. We got regular old-school EMP grenades in here. Alright, team. Go grab those EMPs. I haven't used those in a very long time. The rest of you, I don't even care what we're equipping you with, because your goal here isn't about getting there or back or anything else. Alright, grab everyone. So the plan is straightforward. We got the support team is going to chill back here, out of line of sight. Grace is going to get back into position where they were. Hiding over here. You're all good, right? You are not good. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Kraisk still needs to, like, eat dinner, do all that stuff. They got a good sleep in. But they gotta grab a snack. Alright, now with that, let's get everyone. So again, you all hide behind cover. Claim those doors. Grace gets into position here. And then the rest of you, your mission, whether or not you choose to accept it, is to run over here, and I'm going to send 3 of you just running straight across to grab all the attention you can while the last one tries to drop an EMP directly on the shield, because I believe that will disable the shield. And that might be long enough for me to crack a bunch of shots off at stuff in there, and just see what we can make happen. Let's see, you were quite lucky. You picked up a bio-coded weapon on Asteroid Run, and it happened to be coded to the prisoner who had then joined us. Nice. I also wonder if there would be an angle... I might be able to do something clever here, where I have our group here smash that specific spot and then drop the EMP right here on that spot. That might keep that EMP down for a while. which again might give me the opportunity to sit there and pop off shot after shot after shot with the sniper rifle until they aggro. So you chill down here. You three get right there, because you're going to break that wall, and it's probably going to be the last thing you do. If we're being realistic. Actually, can you... So sometimes you can get it to go through... It's not going to be... It's going to be one tile short. So we are going to have to break the wall. I might also have my people, these three, rush that mini slugger, because they might be able to make it blow up and destroy the shield generator. They figured out the plan? Let's get you all out of here. I want you to hook one because I want to see if that, like, if we EMP it, how long does it take it down? Okay, so it's disarmed for half an hour when I do that. Okay, that's an interesting consideration. But yeah, so once we aggroed them, once we aggroed them, the needle gun started taking shots at Krask. I'm not trying to actually sit there and take them all down. What I'm trying to do is just get in here so I can kill a few of them. Medical emergency unlucky. Or lucky. You really are unlucky, you know that, right? I'm not worried about it. Oh, here's an interesting thought. You... Where... I can't even tell which ones are my, That's fine. Okay, that didn't do anything. I was hoping to actually try and run up here and explode and do some explosion damage. It's fine. Oh, that sucks to be you guys. Apparently, I'm getting reputation penalty for these ones because it is my fault they exploded. That's fair, I guess. Ooh, actually. You already fully healed? Well, I mean, other than an aching gunshot wound. Get up here. You can do magic. You should be able to take out that mini slugger. You only need one hit on it. Why? Oh, it's not letting me fast forward because Chris is burning alive. Chris, if you could just die real fast, you're making my game run slow. And it's very inconvenient, actually. The plan is I can come from over here, and I can pick at that mini slugger, which will explode to hit the shield generator. No, I can't. It's inside the shield. I mean, I can, but it's not exactly a safe play here. Nicely done. What was the hit? It was an arm hit. Come on, just hit it. Armor took another hit. Nicely done. And now I can take out the shields. All right. And nicely sorted. And with that, there are no shields to deal with. So with that, honestly, you just go ahead and drop those EMPs. Because now I can have Krace get like way back here behind cover. And just start cracking off shots to do damage to anything that doesn't immediately respond. Psychic Drone Medium. Hate it. Despise it. Loathe its very existence. All right. And that's one mech down. And that's two mechs down. That's a good stun. That's three mechs down. Kra's gonna end up with so much shooting skill. Oh yeah, no, he's just back here shooting with impunity now. Four mechs down. Oh, we got a solid hit on the centipede. Almost took out its light sensor in one hit. Because I want to say it's a legendary sniper rifle with EMP rounds. And faster firing rate and better accuracy. We have to pull you off because that light sensitivity is going to get you too angry soon. Let you get a couple more shots off and then we're getting you out. It's just the fact that you can shred so many of these things so easily. Another solid hit. Just all those pikemen. You're getting pretty close to leveling up your accuracy again. I think you started at like 13 or 14 when we started this nonsense. Okay, from what I thought you were turning to actually fight back. Alright, so it's time to back you off. You're starting to get too angry. You don't like the sunlight, it smells funny. But you're doing work out there. All these mechs that are down are just Krace just popping off shots again and again. And the shield generator being down, and that sentry being down, and the other sentry over here being down. The only big thing that wasn't done by Krace is where we dropped everyone in here and had them take out that mortar on the opener. Which is good, because if I didn't take out that mortar on the opener, then we would have left. Yep, so I'm gonna let them sleep, do all their stuff. So let them sleep, eat, get them back out there. You have minor pain. Animal migration ostriches. Alright, so who was the one who had cancer that needed to be treated? Let's go ahead and get you treated real fast. This is gonna take a little bit longer than I planned. So if we get that done now, Krace is gonna be about a day before they're ready to do the next thing. And you should be basically back on your feet. Because at first I thought we were going to immediately escalate things and not have to worry after that. Ooh, we got a lot of bionics ready for, Yeah, so you just gotta sleep, then you'll eat something, then you go back out there. Alright, Aaron Mithin. Thanks so much for the lurk and all that stuff, the 7 stream streak and all that. I really appreciate it. And I'm glad I can provide the thing. Oh, I don't have an anti-grain. I had an anti-grain, but then we had a really bad breach raid that luckily we actually didn't lose much of valid. We lost the anti-grain warhead itself, but I had walled it into a wall. So when they threw the grenades and blew the anti-grain, it didn't even fully remove these walls. It like just damaged the walls around it, but it didn't destroy any actual like important furniture or anything in storage or anything. It was a pretty nothing burger for how bad it looked from the outset. Alright, so you just gotta wake up and eat something? Alright. So, Krask, back on the saddle, buddy. Because let's have you get out here during the dark so you don't get the UV penalty. And honestly, it just spreading hits between all of them means more and more of those mechs are going to have their speed slowed and all that, which will make it way easier for Krace to get out. There's another kill. Another Lancer down. There's 16 shooting and already 4,000 points. There's a Scyther down. And 4,000 points towards the next level already. Your regionally known master. And there goes a Lancer. There goes a pikeman. I'm surprised they have not fought back yet. With as many as we've killed, I would really have expected them to come after us by now. Yeah, so we got up to that area. Another pikeman down. Don't send an army when you've got Kraysk on hand. There's another Scyther down. There's another pikeman down. Just disassembling them. It'd be interesting if you could get like 2 or 3 really good unique sniper rifles, have one with the EMP and the other 2 just follow up with hard damage. And just kind of have it where the one pokes out, gets stunned, and just keeps getting pegged hit after hit. Another pikeman down. I'm actually wondering if they won't respond. Because the pikemen are the only ones at the range. Hey, Tim the Sorcerer, thank you so much for the raid. Let me go and get you a shout out. There is no shenanigans going on over here. So for those who don't know who Tim the Sorcerer, alright, you got a raid and run? No problem. For those who don't know Tim the Sorcerer, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Plays a lot of RimWorld among other things. Right now we are absolutely BSing a mech cluster. We don't need an army. We have Kraysk. And Kraysk here has a really good, unique sniper rifle with EMP rounds. And this is all Kraysk. Just chilling back there. Just having a grand old time. The moment anything crosses that line, the shots ring out and stuff falls down. But thanks so much for that raid. For those, again, who don't know Tim, Tim is absolutely amazing. Does lots of RimWorld, really good player, lots of fun stuff. Advocates for people who are neurodivergent and all that good stuff, and all that stuff. The blood traces, yeah, that was our expendable people taking out some of, there was a auto mortar there. They gave us some free people that were throwaways, so you know, we threw them away. But yeah, for those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch, and right now we're playing some RimWorld. I do play quite a bit of RimWorld on the channel. It's probably my most consistently played game, you know, on the channel. This is just silly that they're just letting me do this. Like, I would have expected some kind of meaningful response. Instead, Kraysk has gained genuinely, like, 2 full levels in shooting and is very close to getting a 3rd level. Oh yeah, Jumper's still alive. That was one of them, wasn't it? Alright, come on. One step closer. Okay. Alright. So with that, your range is here. Can you hit anything from that tile? One tile out of that thing's range. Let's stop it from making more mechs. All right. Grace is going to be a monster when this is all said and done. Alright, so let's have you back off right now. Because the next attack we're bringing everyone in. Because what I'll probably do is I'll have my character start running into this, and we'll just have Krace take this one out of the fight. And then we could just spray it with enough bullets and not care. Actually, honestly, I don't really... Now we could play it safe and do the EMP it. We'll only get to EMP them once, you know, each once, but that'll be fine. Alright, well, I mean, I guess they're all ready. Okay. Let's get over here. Okay. So the plan's straightforward. Grace is going to get in position here. Randall Thor's right there. The rest of you get ready. Jumper here, who is expendable, is just going to go that turret. I will avenge my friends. And by that I mean make a really, really dumb play. You on the other hand, get ready to... pop over here. Okay, so it does cover fire. I couldn't remember if it did or didn't. Okay. You go run over there. And the rest of you can get in position back here, now that's stunned. Run, Randall. Run, Randall. Run. And sorted. And nothing of value was lost. I'll rescue you because I can. Okay. Wasn't there another shield generator in here? Alright. So we got an Archotech leg, which I hadn't really planned to do, because we actually have everyone who isn't already... We have one person who's a body purist. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and go operations. You're getting the Archotech. That's fine. Didn't we have someone with an Archotech arm still laying around? So you need a bionic arm on the right while we got you going under. So bionic arm on the right shoulder. Stone skin gland should be available as well. Go ahead and give you a bionic eye. And I believe that's all the stuff I have handy. Schedule, you can be unrestricted now that that's done. Alright. Yeah, you're good, Lily. And your corpse is still in the back, still fresh. We haven't had an opportunity to resurrect anyone in a good long while, which is typical RimWorld. Yeah, so two of you got a minor burn, but that's fine. So Randall Thor. Oh, also, we've been doing some genetic stuff. Every one of our pawns is Deathless, Super Wound, Super Clotting, and Robust. Not all of them have Fast Runner, but most of them do. So it takes a lot to take us down. And we're getting everyone like fully bionicked out. And there's getting stone getting gland. I'm not saying they can't die. It takes a lot though. It's mostly getting brained or if the body gets burned. Alright. Getting all the bionics. Also, everyone has nuclear stomachs. So we do deal with a lot of carcinoma. A lot of carcinoma. But that's just medical training. Okay, so getting all of that disassembled. We'll get that all hauled back for some steel and plasteel. The big thing I'm worried about is we're doing random research and all that. And the only thing I'm missing, like I can take on the hive mind anytime we want. Phoenix Fox. Sir. Fox, friend, buddy. I suggest you reconsider the course of action you have decided to take. There you go. Meanwhile, Kraisk, what do we have you for your normal... Oh, yeah, we've got that. The Masterwork Charge Lance. We just switched the sniper rifle to deal with the mech. So I got another Psychic Emanator. I've got these things coming out my ears. It's a weird problem to have. I mean, I guess it's not really a problem. It's a weird thing to have. I mean, I can put it up here. Yeah, we'll put it up here. So let me reinstall you. Let me reinstall you over here to cover... Chair's in the wrong spot, chat. We'll put that over there. This Psychic Emanator, I'm going to move that way up here to the front. And the entire idea behind this is it'll cover that whole area. And Lilypad and their 15 stream streak. Thanks for catching the last 15 streams without missing one. Means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you. Also, let's make sure bionic legs. Yeah, I've already got the bionic legs turned off to stop making those because everyone's got them. Alright. So we finished that quest, the threat cluster. Weirdly, still showing it as active, despite the fact that we did defeat it and they did give us the reward. Oh, it's probably because Jumper hasn't left yet. Once Jumper leaves, it'll probably clear it. But yeah, so basically I put the Psychic Emanator to cover the kill box. The other is not so important. Tantrum on Kraisk, what are you going to destroy? You're going to destroy furniture in your room. And by that I mean you're banging on these two doors that I claimed to make sure I could cross through them in case we got chased. Go! Yeah, that's good job, Kraisk. Show those things. Hey, let me... Nah, I was going to claim another thing, but I think you're already committed. Alright. That was a lovely tantrum. Let's see here. We gotta get stuff repaired, that's fine. You got stuff to haul, that's fine. You moved the seat, so we should now be able to put that over there. And then if we do this, we'll basically have all of that area covered. Actually, could probably go even farther. Change that plan, put you all the way over here. Yep, and we put it all the way over there. We've got our pretty much our whole ship except for those two bedrooms under that. You just wanted to shoot more things is all. Yeah, you're like, they're all gone. I was having fun. It's still ridiculous that your shooting skill went from like 14 all the way up to 16. Okay. Oh, and our ship is completely stable power internally with no fuel required. I've got 10 unstable power cores and 4 grav cores, and it just runs everything. I also have 2 vanometric powers as well. We are solidly late game. The only reason I haven't finished is I'm just a little concerned about going up against the Hive Mind in vac suits. And because of random research, we just have not gotten the recon and all that. Like, right now, it's researching for building our ship to get off the planet. Because I'm kind of debating just making this an all-endings run. Knock out the Hive Mind. Literally, all I have to do for Anomaly is push the go button, and we're ready. Pretty much the exact same place in your run? Yeah. I'm also debating, like, if we get the opportunity to go for Honor... Oh, let me get those back in the quest objective rewards. Go for Honor. Get that lined up. That way we can potentially do the all endings, and I'll do the thing I had planned with the last all endings run, which is to go to the ship to the stars, build the defense around it, build a second ship there, and literally do all of the endings except Arco Nexus at the same time, and not Odyssey, because obviously it's not there anymore. Like, it's not at that location. Because that should be an interesting situation. For the record, Anomaly will override 90% of what's going on. But it'll be amusing to have all of the things powering up simultaneously. Alright, you're having a daze because of your supreme expectations. Why are you still... Oh, it's because you observed rotting corpses and have supreme expectations. Have you been getting the stuff done? What are you missing for that? Nutramine. Nutramine is what we're missing for that. Because we're still restocking our penioxylin. That's fine. I really wish you weren't wandering on the very edge of the map. Does this DLC have its own ending? Yes. And we have done the ending once so far. The last time we, it's got the classic where you can harness the power or shut it down. We harnessed the power. I didn't do much with it. But, I think this time we might check it the other way, which my understanding is I think that people have said it disables all the mechs in the game, which honestly doesn't feel like a great choice. Because I feel like that'll just remove a lot of potential content from the game, but you gotta try them both. It just means if we do the other endings, we're just gonna get lots and lots of just regular people raids. Royal Tribute Collector. And we're cutting brick to finally get some of these floors that have just not been getting done this whole time. Did we ever get, there was, in the bedroom, there was a shelf missing. No, it's still waiting on marble. That's fine. I'm not particularly worried about it. You have tattered apparel. What apparel do you have that is tattered? It's your hyperweave button-down shirt. That's okay. We've got more shirts laying around. And you're grabbing all that plasteel and all that good stuff. And we are doing extremely well on Luciferum. Yeah, and you're getting all of your stuff sorted out. We'll get you your robotic, or we'll get you the arm there. I think we might give you Lucy at this stage. And the reason I'm thinking that is that's our one crafter and we're really short on crafters. So getting them Lucy to get them going quicker. I'm sitting on 250. But they get you on the mechs, but you also feel like eliminating the mechs is something you've earned to get that ending? Yeah, no, I think it's fine. I think it's a reasonable outcome. I think the issue there is if you want to keep playing your save, you've now removed a whole slice of the content that I could see you getting bored over time. I am curious if we finish that and then we Arco Nexus, if the mechs stay gone or if it resets it. I would guess it probably resets it, but I honestly have no idea. Like, thematically it shouldn't, you've destroyed the hive mind, but we'll figure it out. Arco Nexus is always last, so not really urgent. Combat supplier. So let's go ahead and get you on there. Never mind, solar flare. I see how you are, game. It's like, hey, combat trader, do you want to get something? Well, that's too bad. Not allowed. Forbidden. Bunch of biocoded junk laying outside there. Alright, carcinoma. That's no problem. Operations and excise it. It's apparently bad to have a nuclear reactor effectively inside people. Who would have thought? Is it a prairie dog self-tame? What is its fate? I mean, if it really wanted to be food that bad, you can't take that away from it. It'd be wrong for you to take that away from it if it wanted to be food that bad. Grace doesn't need support. That's usually my whole thing, is like anytime an animal self-tames, unless it's something I like particularly want, it's like, oh, that animal decided it wanted to be food. You know, thank you for your contributions to the colony. Alright. So we're getting all the goodies here. Oh, we got rid of the carcinoma. Once they get all that plasteel recovered, we'll probably move on to our next destination. Because they've been kind of hopping between all these, like, the complexes. Infestation. Have a good time, I guess? I don't care about infestation down there. We were only here to deal with this, and then we got offered a good reward, so we knocked out a quest. Then we're going to be on our way again. Okay, so Kraiska's already on their way to Hall. I don't care about that. I keep ending up... Oh, it's all the insects. So the reason I'm having an overabundance of food is because we keep ending up with all these maps with insects, and I'm actually slowly building up an insect supply of food. It's just insects the whole way down. That's deeply upsetting. Okay, so we're just picking up garbage now. Alright, in that case, let's move on to the next destination. Upsetting or delicious? Why not both? Alright, so that's another complex we can knock out. We don't have any other ones in range. Oh, actually, that's a lie. There's one over there, too. But I'm going to go ahead and jump on that one. Man, I've got them all the way down there, too. Let's do the one that's over here, I think. Oh, no, that's right. It was going to make the people angry nearby that. I was trying to avoid that. Alright. Insects are just land shrimp. Insects can be very nutrient, even if they don't look as good as beef or potato. Yeah, no, that's like very genuinely from a health standpoint, they're definitely good. Like, you know, there's things about doing like mealworm rice kind of thing, all that. Not my jam, but there's definitely a lot of places that they do eat insects because there is that. And there's like, you know, the bug flower and all that. Okay. And let's see what we got here. So we got the base down there. Doing a quick little survey around here. Seeing if we got an ancient danger to pop. Or anything else of redeeming value. Bunch of steel I don't care about. Nah, honestly, I'm not gonna dig through the other side on the edge of the map. It's a good way to get killed. Alright, so basically, not a whole lot I care about. And while they figure that out, let me go ahead and go zones, potatoes, 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 potatoes. I don't really care much about what's going on in those zones, or even if they use them effectively or anything. Stockpile, dumping stockpile, and low priority. And so with that, before anything else happens, we are going straight into the building to check out for goodies. And meanwhile, we'll do this type of check to make sure there's nothing too worried about. Nope, nothing we care about. Infestation. Okay, I mean, sure, I guess. We just did that like 30 seconds ago, but that's fine. If you really, really wanted me to fight the infestation, I don't mind. Okay, so you both took some very minor scratches that we don't care about. Cool. Nicely done, team. You pop that. The rest of you all just get in position generally in the middle of the space somewhere. I don't really care where. We got some more Luciferum. Chem fuel. That is so many bodies in there. Bioferrite. More Luciferum. That one went off instantly, which I wasn't expecting. Who has the fire foam popper? Oh, do we not have the fire foam popper equipped anymore? I don't like that at all. It's fine. Infestation has triggered again in the room that is actively on fire. Let's go ahead and back off over here real fast, because this place is going to get real hot. And so what we'll do is have every one of you shoot there. And the reason we did that is to make this hallway considered outdoors. Did it... Oh no, it's still... Infestation's still on its way. Okay, go chase. Alright, we can check this crate. Chem fuel. We pop down here. Normally I always keep a fire foam popper so I could just go on in the room and popped it immediately. Well, if I had known that they were going to be there, I could have honestly just held off. And the fire would have sorted things out on its own. Chem fuel. And luciferum. Alright, so for just a moment, those doors are off limits. And all that. Okay, so they're just casually about 2,000 degrees in there. No big deal. I'm really expecting that hive to die. If not, we'll just go in there and finish the job. There we go. Cool, and we'll just... Forgot about you. Okay, so the room is slowly cooling off. Yeah, 300 degrees, it'll get there. Okay, so they're gonna run around, they're gonna start planting stuff and all that, so that we can kind of compress all that insect meat into something more useful. Alright, so now that room isn't actually too hot. This is no longer off limits. So what do we get out of the last box? Uranium. Cool, man. Yeah, eight of the boxes, and those boxes have a chance of giving you a mech resurrection serum. So honestly, with like 1 in a 50 chance or whatever it is to get it out of there, that's not the worst. Meanwhile, who is our growing person? It was Infinity. Yeah, so you're running around chopping down all the trees. That's fine. That's actually the big thing is I'm here is I'm running low on chem fuel. And we just need to restock all the wood. That's about how I like the deal with Infestation 2, with running a game with the oil mod. Oh yeah, no, normally with the infestations, I just find a choke point, I kill them at the choke point. It's just in this particular case, we ran into the whole situation here where they happen to be the underground things that set fire to the building. And they happen to be in that area. It's like, alright, you can just burn that, that's fine. Alright, that way when you're finished planting the potatoes, you'll just get rid of the trees, and like I said, we're gonna have to get the chem fuel going. Now the big thing is, yeah, you're already on crafting. I was say the big thing is I need you crafting so that we, you know, while they are working on the bionics, we're also getting some chem fuel, some of the tailored clothes that needs to be done, all that stuff sorted. I'm trying to remember real fast. Cataphract. You needed... Yeah, so it's just advanced... Yeah, that's fine. Which one was Phoenix armor? Oh yeah, the flame bolt launcher. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. Yeah, the Grenader. And then you've got the Locust. Make a few shelves for mass storage. These shelves already will allow you to carry wood on them. I actually do already have a bunch of shelves allocated specifically for wood. I'm trying to remember if these ones also allow wood. They will do now. We still haven't searched power armor. Hey, we are doing... So for those who missed, we are a tribalist start, so 50% research speed. And then on top of that, we also have the ritualist ideology set with extremely slow research with 25% research speed, and they stack to about 12.5% research. And we had no starting research, and we have random research. So, like, I don't get to control what's researching. So say, like, I want recon armor. You see a big locked button there. So we basically gave Randy the keys. So Randy is saving the best for last. And, like, we literally have everything here except hydroponics. We don't really care about this stuff over here. So didn't give us any of the precision guns or anything like that. Then is skipped on the armor. Which I actually already have done. I already have gotten 2 of the tech prints for cataphracts, or actually halfway researched cataphract already. Just by the fact that I keep finding the prints. If I find 2 more, we just get the technology without researching it, because we've effectively researched it through tech prints. And otherwise, we're getting the we're starting to get the ship stuff. So, cool game. It might be one of those things that I just have to kind of, not I have to or whatever. It might be one of those things that I just take my chances pushing with the vac suits. I'm just really worried pushing the hive mind with vac suits that people are going to catch lancers to the neck and then genuinely die. Because Deathless will not save you if you lose your brain, whether you get brained itself or decapitated. Or if the body gets torched, but genuinely at the hive mind, since most of it's vacuum, that's not that big of a concern, because any fires that start will go out rapidly. And there's not many mechs that explode things up there, so you don't really have to worry that much about having your corpses exploded. Are we going to death refusal this run? Probably not. Death refusal is good and all, I just don't have a practical reason for it. Alright, let's go ahead and do a skip abduction. Yeah, so you're 31, so we can de-age you a tick. And then we can also potentially steal some skills and a whole bunch of stuff. All right. So we'll capture you. First, check to make sure you're not amazing. Okay, hang on. Super immune, steadfast waster. Now, the catch is I'm not producing any psychite because we don't have hydroponics and I don't stop to grow it. It wouldn't be that big a thing. I think at this point... we just go ahead and get rid of him. Chronophagy. Like, don't get me wrong, they're a good pawn. But I think, honestly, with the fact... I mean, they got a little bit of crafting, but, you know, it's whatever. They're not a bad pawn. I'm mostly doing it because they're waster and I don't have psychite ready. Like, we got the stuff there, but I don't stop to grow very often. It's usually just pick up a bunch of potatoes and shove it in the back. Versus stopping to do psychoid and all that. Shame you can't steal their traits. No, but we're going to steal a whole lot else from them. Actually, do I want to... Nah, we don't want to steal the XP from their shooting. It's too low. Congratulations, Ara. You have done your job here. We appreciate your contributions to the colony. You will be set free, as we have stolen 18 years out of your life. And, you know, it only seems fair. You did your part. Yeah, no, it was definitely the dependency was the thing. Like, normally in a run, I could have, like, the hydroponics back here. You know, I'd only need, like, one bench-making psychoid to keep a single waster alive. Like, it wouldn't be a big problem. But in this particular run, I still don't have hydroponics. And I don't want to have to do a thing where every once in a while I stop and I plunk down an area, make a big old field of psychite, fill up the area with a whole bunch of Psy-T or whatever, and have that be a thing. Storage, do not allow rotten. Do not allow human-like. Go over here, zones. Because otherwise, as they plant, so they're just going to get all upset about all the rotting bodies. Actually, hang on. Hold, please. We can deal with this. Hey, I need these bodies gone. Do I want to do it this way? Yeah. I need these bodies gone. And then we're going to have to do the awkward thing of home zoning around it to contain that fire. Speaking of which, I just noticed that this isn't home zoned. That's a mistake. There we go. You decided to eat your food in the fire. You deserve that. Stood right next to the fire and was like, you know what? I'm hungry. Trying to heat up the food. To be fair, it is a packaged meal. It's effectively an MRE. It's s'mores, don't judge. And just like that, all of the corpses over there are dealt with. There's still more inside here, but I just didn't want them right here by our fields. Just because if I did keep them right by the fields, every time they went outside, they'd be like, man, I saw some rotten corpses. Oh, I'm so sad. And with, like, supreme expectations, just absorbing another, like, -12 from rotting corpses is kind of an annoying thing. And you're doing your best to get stuff planted and all that. We're not putting a whole lot of priority on it. I'm basically just having him chill here while we're getting some research knocked out, getting some bionics knocked out, getting our chem fuel resupplied. And Infinity Simplex is just an absolute mad lad when it comes to how fast they plant. A pair of field hands and any amount of planting skill is just kind of silly shenanigans. Because you can see like the others running around with their bionic and archotech legs, and then just Infinity just helicoptering and just potatoes. Yep, potatoes. All right. Yeah, just everyone being this juiced is so ridiculous. Granted, they're all furry with yellow skin and all sorts of weird stuff now, but you know, it is what it is. The only one who's got weird stuff going on is KLL because they're body purist. So we don't have them having a whole bunch of stuff there, but we did give them their own xenotype because we shoved the very happy trait in there to effectively directly counter the negative they get for being a body purist. So you got -10 for being a body purist, +10 from the very happy, and then, you know, all the other goodies that we shoved into that. Yeah, no, I could take those apart for a little extra steel. I'm not going to, because Ultimax is the other crafter for the moment, and they're the ones making the chem fuel for the most part. Stick a joy wire. That was I made the comment. I don't normally use joy wires. That is someone I would potentially joy wire. That is definitely someone I would consider joy wiring. Oh, you get your bionic ears. We'll give you a bionic heart while we're in there. And a bionic eye. And a bionic arm. So we're just going to replace all of the bits. Okay. We also gave them bionic heart. And just bionics the whole way. We got the eyes, the ears, the arms, the legs, the heart, the lung, and the nuclear stomach. So we're just slowly bionicking our people out. The hard thing is, if we could do the Arco Nexus, is just who we're bringing, what we're bringing. Because I was making the comment, there's certainly an argument for grabbing your best unique weapons and bringing them with you, and that's probably the sound advice. But low-key, part of me would want to steal the GravCore power cells and bring those across. All these implants, and no one's gotten into cyberpsychosis. That's... You must be running a mod. That's not default things in RimWorld cyberpsychosis being a thing. When is a human considered a mech? When the brain is replaced. But yeah, no, there's vanilla RimWorld, there's no like cyberpsychosis or whatever. Cyberpunk disease. Got a lot of chem fuel production to pick up on. It's a cyberpunk thing? Ah, gotcha. I didn't play cyberpunk. It's just hard to play things outside my regular content. Like I don't have enough time off stream to really jump into anything of real length, unfortunately. But yeah, for the record, if people have been enjoying the content here tonight, don't forget to drop a follow, that way you can find your way back. I do play a whole range of games. RimWorld is one I probably play the most these days. I've also played a ton of Project Zomboid in the past. I don't play that much these days, but I also do like lots of Tycoons, Settlement Builders, City Builders, Simulation. I play tons of Simulation. The occasional like roguelite. Decent number of like, it's been a while since I played like a what's the word I'm looking for? Slice of life game, you know, your Stardew Valley, Coral Islands, those kind of games. I haven't played one of those in a hot minute. But I feel like with those, I have plans to do another Coral Island run. At least more Coral Island. I don't know if we'll start a brand new run. We'll see. We'll see. They're doing a major update where the kids grow up and everything, and I gotta kind of figure out how I want to navigate that, because that's very late game content. And genuinely, I don't think people would put up with me doing another full playthrough of that, because I did, when it was early access, every early access, like, major update, I would play whatever the new content was, and then I did that for, like, the 1.1 update and the release and all that, and people very much enjoyed it. There's a lot of clips that still float around the channel from people enjoying that, but, it takes a while. It's, I wonder if you would... I feel like Stardew Valley is faster, because both games take you about 2 in-game years to get through everything. You know, not counting speedrunning shenanigans. At the same time, Coral Island has more systems to it. Like, there's bug catching, there's, like, they've got the whole underwater thing where you do, like, you catch the various underwater things, going underwater diving, and then clearing the ocean, and all that kind of stuff. So it's not like a criticism on Stardew Valley. It's just this game came later and they added, you know, they took the formula and added that. Ever tried Subnautica? Yes. I have played through Subnautica in completion twice on the channel.
Take a sip. What's the worst?
Which I do have a YouTube channel for all that stuff, so people are like, oh man, I would love you to see you play insert name of game. And I've already played it. I do have all the VODs that go over to YouTube that way, you know, Twitch only keeps them for 30 or 60 days or whatever it is, after which they get deleted. They still sit over there, because a lot of those games, especially like the Subnauticas and all that, are really, really good games, but they're also the kind of games you really only play through once, maybe twice. And then it's kind of really hard to do in our playthrough because the exploration and discovery is one of the biggest parts of the game. So it kind of just runs into that situation where once you know, like, oh, I need this material, well, that material, I go over here and I go into the cavern down there and it's down here, here's the trick on how I go here. Like, once you know those kind of things, you never can really do it for the first time again. That exploration and discovery is not there. You get 90% of the way through Subnautica, then your friend ambushed you with a message with the ending, so you never finish it. So you stop talking to your friend after that, right? Because that's effed up, man. I'd still play through it. Another good one is Hard Space Shipbreaker. Very different game. There's no exploration to that game. You're very confined in that game. But it is a great game for you just like, I'm gonna just sit down and hang out and play this game. Ancient Stargate. Or Skygate, whatever. Man, we're getting the chem fuel along. We're already up about 1,600 chem fuel from what I was. And that's just Ultimax. Poor Ultimax is just attached to that right now. Alright. Shipbreaker? Yeah, Hard Space Shipbreaker. It is a simulation game that, if you're familiar with how company towns used to work, like the whole thing where you'd get indebted to the town, or indebted to the company, and you have to go through the company store. It's got one of those kind of stories to it. But the general cycle of the game is you are a shipbreaker. And like in real life, you have shipbreakers where you go through, they drag the ship in, and you start breaking the rivets and taking it apart for salvage, except it's spaceships. So you're up there and you go into the ship. It's not a puzzle game, because it's not like you go up and you have to like figure out what puzzle. So much as you go in there and like, oh, there's this fuel canister back here. I have to be careful. It's explosive. So you start taking apart the ship, trying to like work around the fuel canister until you can pull the fuel canister out. And then it's basically, as the game goes on, the ships get more dangers you run into that you have to learn. And it's kind of one of those games that once you learn to tackle a problem, you know how it works. It doesn't mean you won't make mistakes where, again, you got the fuel canister you do a bad cut and you blast right through a panel, there's a fuel canister behind it and you explode it. But yeah, you have corporate overlords? Yeah, but it's got a really good story to it for just like a fun story. The music is amazing. Like, it's got absolutely banger music to it. But it's one of those games that stays just the right amount of time, really fun. You can kind of just chill, like, and you've got settings, like, normally you have, like, 15 minutes a shift or whatever it is, to, like, you do around where you go out, you work on the shift, and then you go back and you get done what you can. I had so much insect meat, they no longer could keep it in the freezer, and so they were dumping it out here. And I know the packaged meals don't need to be in the freezer. This is part of my control to not just make obnoxious amounts of food, because I have a habit, as you can probably guess from what I'm doing here, of making too much food until it takes over everything and blows up my wealth. So by containing it to the freezer, it means all the stuff I chuck in here will just rot away after a while. It's fine. Honestly, at this point, I'm not worried about wealth, because we're at that point wealth-wise where we're getting mostly like max wealth raids at this stage. So once you hit the ceiling, you're at the ceiling kind of thing. That's probably not how it actually works, so they usually don't have this kind of wealth. This is easily, for our wealth, just the longest we've had that. Alright, Plague. Did not happen because Pennyroxylin. Pennyroxylin is your friend. It's also a nice way to like slowly chip away at your wealth to keep it down a little bit. Just keep trading to get more of the Nutramine to make your Pennyroxylin. And then, you know, you don't have to worry about, oh, here's this really dangerous raid. By the way, you've got gutworms. Oh, here, let me just toss some malaria on it. By the way, it's cold snap, so your crops are all dead. You know, you get those things where it just stacks up. You're like, oh man, how do I get through this? You just Pennyroxylin and go. Malaria didn't happen. I don't know what you're talking about. And the nuclear stomachs means I don't have to worry about gutworms or any of that anymore. Yeah, so probably, like, we won't even worry about getting the whole potato harvest. I'm mostly just letting the chem fuel get stocked up, because it'll go to about 5,000 and all these shelves will be full. I remember when this was always super full. We are basically out of plasteel. That's a weird thing. We've been sitting at, like, the whole run, I've been up to my eyeballs in plasteel, almost always having, like, 2,000 something plasteel. It was bound to run out sooner or later. But it means I'll probably have to go after more plasteel. Which, honestly, just killing the mech seems to be a pretty okay way of getting it. You can go to the plasteel meteors, but the whole meteor only gives you a couple hundred, usually. Or, like, raiding the bases, those have proven to be pretty okay for plasteel, because you get the mechs, and the bigger mechs will give you a little bit of plasteel here and there. Every once in a while, you'll hit a box or whatever that gives you, like, 75 plasteel. Just moving around the map, you can catch, you know, a node that'll give you 300, 400, 500 plasteel. But that'll be a big must to deal with the armor once you get it researched. Alright, that said, chat, I've already gone longer than I normally go. Partly because, you know, we had the raid and all that, partly because we did start late and I wanted to go a little bit longer. So with that said, what we're going to be doing is wrapping up here. We're going to go ahead and pass that raid forward on to the next person, all that stuff. But if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. That is how Twitch works. If you are watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I don't have a host lined up over there. But thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. For everyone over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and seeing who we can find to drop a raid on. I am not really expecting